Across America, there are towns that feel frozen in time, places where the past refuses to stay buried and ghosts still roam the streets. Tonight on The Other Side, we're heading deep into the shadows of America's most haunted towns, where history and horror collide, and some stories are dying to be told. And remember, we're on the road to 100,000 subscribers. Let's get there together. Join me on The Other Side. Jerome, Arizona, the wickedest town in the West. In Arizona, perched on the side of Cleopatra Hill, sits a tiny town that looks like it's been frozen in time. But Jerome, Arizona isn't just some old mining town. It's something much darker. Tourists visit for the scenic views and quirky shops, but the locals know something they don't. They say that after sunset, something sinister awakens here. And if you step into the wrong building, or worse, the old tunnels below the town, you might not make it back out. And that's not even the scariest part. Jerome was once known as the richest and rowdiest mining town in Arizona. In the late 1800s, it was known as the wickedest town in the West. Copper was everywhere. The mines pulled in thousands and thousands of workers, saloons lined every street, and the violence that was there was just a regular part of daily life. Shootouts, mining accidents, and sudden cave-ins were very common. And many of those who died, well, their bodies were never recovered. When the mining boom ended, Jerome was nearly abandoned, but something stayed behind. And today people say that the ghost of those miners, and something far older, still roam the streets. Let's start with the most infamous place in town, the Jerome Grand Hotel. Originally built in 1926 as United Verde Hospital, this building has seen some things. Patients who entered with severe injuries, many from horrific mining accidents, often didn't leave. One of the most famous spirits here is known as Claude Harvey, the maintenance man who died under mysterious circumstances in the basement. He was found crushed beneath the hotel's elevator, though many believe he didn't fall by accident. To this day, guests report seeing ghostly miners wandering the halls. People hear coughing, moaning, and even footsteps trailing them in the empty corridors. And perhaps the most terrifying, that same old elevator where they found Claude's body, it still operates. But according to staff, it often moves between floors on its own, usually late at night. A few blocks away, there is a cozy little spot called the Haunted Hamburger. This restaurant looks charming, but its history is anything but. Before it became a restaurant, the building sat abandoned for decades. Neighbors constantly reported strange lights in the windows and loud banging on the inside, despite it being empty. During renovations, workers claimed their tools would disappear, only to show up locked inside rooms they didn't even have keys to. Today, diners report seeing silverware slide across tables, chairs moving on their own, and hearing disembodied laughter, usually when they're there alone. But the creepiest stories of Jerome, well, they come from below. The old mining tunnels still snake beneath the town. Dark, twisting passageways where miners once worked in brutal conditions. Locals say the tunnels are cursed. People report seeing shadowy figures darting just beyond the light, hearing voices whisper and calling them deeper inside the mines. Some say they've even seen a ghost known as Headless Charlie, a miner who supposedly died in a grisly accident where he was decapitated by a falling rock. They say he wanders the tunnels, carrying a lantern in one hand and his severed head in the other. One story comes from a man named Tony who grew up in Jerome. He and his friends would sneak into the tunnels as kids. One night they brought flashlights and dared each other to go deeper than anybody that they knew ever had. About 20 minutes in, their lights started to flicker. Suddenly, they heard footsteps behind them. heavy boots stomping slowly in the dirt. When they turned around, their flashlights went completely dead. In the pitch black, they heard a man's voice say, "Get out." Terrified, they ran back toward the entrance, but as they fled, Tony swears he saw a figure standing in the tunnel's mouth, holding a lantern and what looked like a head. They never went back to the tunnels. Jerome may be a quirky tourist stop today, but when the sun goes down, the wickedest town in the West surely lives up to its name. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In the quiet hills of Pennsylvania, there's a place where time doesn't work the way it should, where the same horrific battle seems to play out again and again and again. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania is home to the bloodiest battle ever fought on America's soil. It is considered the most haunted battlefield in America. People here don't just talk about ghost stories, they live them. And some visitors, they don't just leave with memories. In July of 1863, over 160,000 soldiers clashed here in a brutal 3-day battle that would change the course of the Civil War. When the smoke cleared, over 50,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The fields were so covered in bodies, locals described them as looking like harvest of death. For months after, townspeople struggled to bury the dead fast enough to stop disease. Many soldiers were left where they fell, and some say they never left at all. Today, the entire town of Gettysburg seems trapped between the past and the present, and the hauntings here, they're not too subtle. Most visitors start at the Gettysburg battlefield itself. During the day, it's quiet, peaceful even, but at night, everything changes. Countless people have reported hearing phantom cannon blast and the crack of musket fire echoing through the hills. But it's not just the sounds. Multiple visitors have reported seeing full apparitions of soldiers, sometimes standing silently among the monuments, or even marching in formation before vanishing just out of view. One of the most famous locations is the Devil's Den, a rocky outcropping where fierce fighting took place. And there's a story here about ghostly photographers. Visitors claim that strange men, dressed in outdated clothes with old-fashioned cameras, have approached them at Devil's Den, offering to take their photo. But when the photos come out, there's nobody else in the frame. Even creepier, some visitors claim that these men simply vanished in front of them after their interactions, leaving only the photos behind. About a mile from the battlefield stands Sachs-covered bridge. It looks like an ordinary bridge, but this place has a chilling history. During the Civil War, it was used as a makeshift execution site. 3 Confederate soldiers, accused of being spies, were allegedly hung from its wooden beams. Today, people report seeing shadowy figures crossing the bridge after dark. Some say they even feel icy hands grab their arms as they walk through. Others have reported hearing heavy boots stomping across the bridge, but when they turn around, nobody is there. There is one famous photo on the bridge that shows a clear silhouette of a man in uniform standing inside the bridge, despite nobody being there at the time. Then there's the Farnsworth House Inn, which might be the most haunted building in the town. During the Battle of Gettysburg, Confederate sharpshooters fired from its attic, and the bullet holes still scar the walls outside. But inside, it's a different kind of scar. Guests staying in certain rooms, especially the Sarah Black room, report extreme paranormal encounters. They describe waking up to the sensation of somebody sitting on their bed, only to open their eyes and see a man in a Confederate uniform staring at them. Others have reported hearing weeping, footsteps in empty hallways, and the sound of children laughing, despite no kids being present at the time. Staff say the attic where the sharpshooters were once perched is so haunted that most people refuse to go up there alone. Perhaps the most unsettling things about Gettysburg isn't what people see, but what they hear. Over the years, countless visitors have captured ghostly recordings on the battlefield. Voices pleading for help, shouts of officers yelling orders, and even the sounds of horses galloping. One paranormal investigator claims to have recorded a soldier's dying breath saying, "Help me, I'm dying." Many believe Gettysburg acts like a giant spiritual battery. Its violent history has charged the land itself. There's a common belief among locals that the battle never really ended here. It just keeps replaying over and over again in some sort of twisted loop. And if you're not careful, you might find yourself stuck in it too. Gettysburg may look like a quiet small town, but underneath the surface, the war never stopped. Eureka Springs, Arkansas. America's most haunted spa town. In the hills of Arkansas, there's a town that looks like it came straight out of a fairy tale. Beautiful old Victorian buildings, winding streets, and natural springs said to have healing powers. But beneath its charming surface, Eureka Springs has a very dark secret. Some say this town was never meant to be a place of healing. In fact, some of its most famous buildings, where people once went to get better, are now known for something else entirely. Ghost. In the late 1800s, Eureka Springs exploded in popularity as a spa town. People traveled from all over the country, hoping that the famous town spring would heal everything from arthritis to cancer. The streets filled with grand hotels, bathhouses, and saloons. But with all that money and desperation flooding in, it didn't take long for shady characters to take advantage of it. Behind the fancy facades, there were rumors of scams, secret experiments, and people going missing. And some of the victims, people believe they never left Eureka Springs. The most infamous building in Eureka Springs is the Crescent Hotel, widely considered to be America's most haunted hotel. It opened in 1886 as a luxurious resort, but from the beginning, things were very strange. One of the most famous ghosts here is a man named Michael, a stonemason who fell to his death during construction. Guests staying in room 218, where he's said to linger, report seeing a shadowy figure in the bathroom mirror, hearing footsteps in the ceiling, and even having objects thrown across the room. But Michael isn't the only spirit trapped here. In the 1930s, a man named Norman Baker, a con artist who dressed in flashy white suits, bought the building and turned it into the Baker Cancer Hospital. He promised miracle cures to desperate patients, but in reality, he wasn't a doctor at all. Many of the patients he treated died horrible deaths under his so-called care. It's said that the basement of the hotel where Baker performed his treatments is still filled with some strange energies. People report hearing screams, seeing ghostly figures in hospital gowns, and feeling sudden cold spots, especially near the old morgue where Baker stored his plethora of bodies. One paranormal investigator described the hotel as alive with spirits, and many other people agree. Just down the hill sits another haunted hotspot, the Basin Park Hotel. This hotel was once the rowdiest spot in town, filled with gamblers, outlaws, and bootleggers during the Prohibition era. Today, guests report hearing old-time piano music playing late at night, long after the bar's tabs have closed. Others have seen full-body apparitions dressed in Victoria-era clothing walking in the hallways. There are also reports of disembodied laughter, glasses sliding off tables, and doors locking themselves from the inside. Staff members refuse to go into certain parts of the hotel alone, especially on the third floor, where shadowy figures are often seen lingering in the doorways. But the darkest stories always seem to circle back to Norman Baker. Locals say many of his patients who died under his care at the Crescent Hotel never moved on. Guests have reported waking up seeing ghostly nurses standing over them, or hearing the soft cries of women begging for help in the middle of the night. Even more disturbing, during a renovation in 2019, workers discovered a hidden room in the basement that contained hundreds of glass jars, filled with what appeared to be preserved human organs and tumors, believed to be remnants of Baker's gruesome experiments on his guest. The jars were sent off for testing, but the spirits that linger in the hotel, they stayed right where they were. Eureka Springs may have been built on the promise of healing, but the deeper you go, the more you realize some wounds in this town never healed at all. Salem, Massachusetts, the town cursed by its own dark past. They call it the Witch City, a small coastal town in Massachusetts where history has a way of pulling people back in. Salem is famous for its connection to the 1692 witch trials. But what most visitors don't realize is that many of the accused didn't just vanish after they were executed. Some believe they never left Salem. And if you walk certain streets after dark, you may come face to face with them. In 1692, Salem erupted into mass hysteria. Over just a few months, more than 200 people were accused of practicing witchcraft. Neighbors turned on neighbors, and the courts handed down death sentences with terrifying speeds. 20 people were executed, most by hanging, but one man was crushed to death by stones. The trials eventually ended, but the stain they left on Salem never fully faded. Many believe the intense fear, grief, and suffering of those days left a permanent scar on the town, one that still shows itself through unexplained phenomenon. One of the most haunted places in Salem is simply known as the Witch House. It is the only surviving structure with direct ties to the witch trials. It was once the home of Judge Jonathan Corbin, one of the magistrates who sentenced people to death. From the outside, it looks like something out of a nightmare. Dark wood, jagged angles, and looming windows that seem to watch you as you walk by. Inside, people report seeing shadowy figures moving through the rooms, hearing whispers when no one else is there, and feeling sudden waves of dread as they move through the house. Some people say they've seen a pale woman standing by the fireplace, silently weeping, believed to be the spirit of an accused witch who once pleaded for her life in front of Judge Corbin. Then there's the Hawthorne Hotel, one of Salem's most famous landmarks, and possibly its most haunted. Built near sites tied to the trials, the hotel has been long associated with strange activity. Guests report flickering lights, cold spots, and a feeling of being watched. But the most unsettling encounters happen in room 325 and room 612. People staying in these rooms report seeing ghostly figures at the foot of their bed, hearing disembodied voices, and even waking up to the sensation of invisible hands pressing down on their chest, almost as if they were being punished for being there. Some believe the spirits here are directly tied to the lingering pain from the trials, forever trapped in the cycle of grief and anger and reaching out in frustration. But the heart of Salem's darkness may lie just down the street at the Old Berrien Point Cemetery, one of the oldest cemeteries in the United States, dating back to the 1600s. Many of the town's earliest residents are buried here, including Judge John Hawthorne, another magistrate from the trials. Locals say that this place is alive with energy. Visitors frequently report seeing shadowy forms moving between the gravestones, hearing whispered prayers in the wind, and just being overcome with a sense of sadness and dread whenever they walk through the cemetery. Some even claim to have seen spirits of the accused witches themselves, women in old-fashioned clothing, silently watching them from the shadows. But perhaps the most chilling thing about Salem isn't just the ghost people see. It's the energy that lingers in the city. Many of the people believe the town is trapped under the weight of its past, caught in a never-ending loop of hysteria and grief. Even skeptics admit that there's something heavy about Salem after dark, something you can't quite explain. Whether it's the spirits of the accused or the echoes of a community consumed by fear, one thing is for certain: some wounds in Salem never properly healed. And if you're not careful, you might carry a piece of the darkness home with you. Salem may have moved on, but some of its former residents never did. St. Augustine, Florida, the oldest city in America. In Florida, there's a city that looks like it was pulled straight out of a history book. Cobblestone streets, ancient forts, and century-old buildings. But St. Augustine isn't just the oldest city in America, it's also one of the most haunted. And here, the past doesn't linger, it fights to be seen. And the spirits trapped here, they don't care if you believe in them or not. Founded in 1565 by the Spanish, St. Augustine is older than Jamestown and older than Plymouth Rock. For centuries, it was a hotbed of war, piracy, disease, and tragedy. Battles were fought here, plagues ripped through the streets, and countless lives were lost. According to the locals, many of those souls are still here, playing out their final moments again and again. Paranormal investigators, including Zach Bagans, have called it one of the most active cities in America, and once you hear these stories, you'll understand why. One of the most terrifying places in town is the St. Augustine Lighthouse. From the outside, it's beautiful, rising high above the coastline. But inside, it's a different story. In the late 1800s, during construction of the lighthouse, several children, daughters of a lighthouse keeper, were playing on a supply cart used to carry materials. The cart broke loose and the girls were thrown into the water, where they tragically drowned. Ever since then, visitors and staff have reported seeing small figures at the top of the lighthouse stairs, and even hearing little girls laughing when nobody's around. Some people have even seen handprints on the glass where no one could have reached. One paranormal investigator claims to have even captured audio of a little girl's voice saying, "Help me." Just down the road stands one of the oldest forts in America, Castillo de San Marcos. Built in the 1600s, the stone fortress has seen centuries of war, sieges, and its fair amount of suffering. The walls themselves are made of a soft shell stone that's said to absorb energy, but according to many, the fort absorbs something much darker. Visitors have reported seeing ghostly soldiers pacing along the ramparts, muskets slung over their shoulders, staring down at them before vanishing into thin air. Some say that they've heard the distant boom of cannons when no reenactments were happening. And one of the most infamous legends to this day involves two lovers who were secretly imprisoned and left to die inside the fort. Today, people report hearing moaning and catching the scent of perfume in the locked rooms. But maybe the most unsettling place in St. Augustine is Huguenot Cemetery. It was established in the early 1800s as a burial ground for victims of a massive yellow fever outbreak. Most of the people buried here died terrified, isolated from their families. Locals say that their restless spirits are still trapped here. People report seeing shadowy figures walking among the gravestones, hearing disembodied coughing and weeping, and feeling sudden cold spots, even in the middle of Florida's intense swamp-ass sweat-causing summer heat. Some have even captured photos of glowing orbs above the graves. And then there's the legend of the Judge, a spirit said to stalk visitors, glaring at them from just beyond the gates of Huguenot Cemetery, only to disappear when approached. St. Augustine is a magnet for paranormal investigators, and many have left with chilling evidence. One team captured what sounded like a full-on battle echoing through the streets, musket fire, men screaming, and the clash of swords. Others have even caught crystal clear EVPs of voices saying something like, "Get back" or "Get out." But perhaps the most unsettling thing isn't what investigators record, it's the feeling that almost every visitor in the area has, that someone is following them. Locals say that in St. Augustine, it doesn't matter who you are or where you go. Once you step foot inside the city walls, something starts watching you. And if you listen closely, you might hear it whispering your name. In St. Augustine, the ghosts don't hide in the shadows. They walk right alongside you. Bardstown, Kentucky, the most beautiful town in Kentucky, hides some shocking secrets. Bourbon, bluegrass, small town charm, that is what most people think when they hear of Bardstown, Kentucky, and I personally love it because it's right down the street from me. But beneath the rolling hills and old brick buildings lie a much darker story. Because this picture-perfect town isn't just known for whiskey, it's also famous for something else. Murder, mystery, and some of the most chilling hauntings in America. Bardstown calls itself the bourbon capital of the world, and it's a place where locals pride themselves on tradition. Whiskey making, bluegrass music, and southern hospitality. But throughout its history, Bardstown has been no stranger to violence. From old frontier gunfights to modern unsolved murders, this town has a long-running reputation for secrets hiding behind every friendly smile. And according to the locals, those secrets have a way of sticking around. The most famous haunt in Bardstown is the Talbot Tavern, often called the oldest western stagecoach stop in America. Built in the 1700s, it's hosted everyone from President Abraham Lincoln to outlaw Jesse James. And Jesse James, they say, never left. There's a famous room where Jesse reported staying during one of his visits. Legend says he got drunk one night and became paranoid that somebody was coming for him, so he fired his gun wildly into the walls. To this day, the bullet holes from James's gun are still there. But here's the creepy part. Guests staying in that room reportedly see a ghostly figure of a man dressed like an outlaw standing near the bed or walking through the walls. Others have heard phantom gunshots in the middle of the night, only to find nothing but silence when they investigate. Just down the street is the Jailer's Inn, which, yes, was literally the county jail for nearly 200 years. It's now a bed and breakfast, and many of the old cells remain intact. And according to guests, including my own grandmother who went and spent the night there, the prisoners are still there too. People report hearing the clanking of cell doors, disembodied moaning, and heavy footsteps pacing the hallway. One guest even claimed that they were woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of keys jingling right outside the door. When they opened it, nobody was there, but the cold, unmistakable scent of tobacco smoke filled the air. My grandmother claimed when she was there, something grabbed her pillow and threw it across the room, which woke her up, and when she got up to grab her pillow, she heard a door slam. It's believed that some of the most dangerous criminals in Kentucky history spent their final days here, and some of them never left. Then there's my old Kentucky home, a stately mansion famous for inspiring the song of the same name. But behind its polished exterior is another ghostly story. Visitors and staff alike have reported hearing singing echoing through the halls, usually soft and mournful. One staff member described hearing a woman's voice singing an old folk tune late into the night. When she followed the sound upstairs, it stopped suddenly, but the air was ice cold. Some believe it's the spirit of Madge Rowan Foster, a former resident known for her love of music, but others think it's something much older tied to the land itself. But even creepier than the ghost stories are the real-life mysteries still haunting Bardstown. Since 2013, a series of unsolved murders have shaken this tight-knit community. It started with the ambush shooting of a police officer named Jason Ellis, who was killed while clearing debris off the highway. Then came the brutal murders of Kathy and Samantha Netherland, a mother and daughter who were killed in their home in Bardstown. And in 2015, Crystal Rogers, a young mother of 5, vanished without a trace. Her case is still unsolved, and it's believed it's connected to a wider web of corruption and secrets in Bardstown, which ultimately led to her father being shot while hunting with Crystal's own son. Some locals say the dark energy surrounding these murders isn't new, it's just the latest chapter in a town that always has a dangerous undercurrent. But there's even a theory that Bardstown itself is cursed, a beautiful town doomed to be haunted. Not just by spirits, but by its own history. Bardstown may look like a postcard, but some places aren't as sweet as they seem, because here the bourbon flows freely, but so does blood. And if you're interested in learning more about Bardstown, linked down below is a book on it written by one of my close friends. Bisby, Arizona, the ghost town that refuses to stay quiet. Tucked away in the mountains of Arizona is a town that feels like it belongs to another era. Once a booming mining town, today it's known for its quirky art galleries, vintage shops, and very colorful streets. But Bisby has a much darker side, because when the sun sets, this desert town transforms into something else entirely. Locals say the spirits of Bisby's brutal past still roam the streets, and some visitors check in, and they never leave. Founded in the late 1800s, Bisby quickly became one of the richest mining towns in the West, thanks to copper, gold, and silver being buried deep beneath its hills. But with fortune came danger. Mining accidents were common, from cave-ins to fires to toxic gas leaks. All of those led to hundreds of miners losing their lives underground. And while the boom eventually faded, something else stayed behind. Today, Bisby is considered one of the most haunted towns in America, which is why it's in this video. The most famous haunt in town is the Copper Queen Hotel, Arizona's oldest continuously operating hotel. And it's not just the history that keeps people talking. Guests report frequent encounters with a spirit known as Julia. Julia was reported a lady of the night in the early 1900s who lived and died at the hotel under mysterious circumstances, and for my clueless people, she was a prostitute. Some say she took her own life after a forbidden romance went wrong. Others believe something much darker happened to her. Now she's said to haunt room 315 in the Copper Queen Hotel. Guests have reported seeing the figure of a beautiful woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes, smelling faint traces of lavender perfume, and hearing the soft whisper of a woman's voice late at night. Some even claim to have woken up to find Julia herself sitting at the foot of their bed, silently watching them. Then there's the Bisby Grand Hotel, another historic landmark with a terrifying reputation. Built during the mining boom, it once catered to wealthy investors and traveling performers. But today, its elegant Victorian decor hides something far more unsettling. Guests report hearing footsteps pacing the hallways at all hours of the night, seeing doors open and close on their own, and catching glimpses of shadowy figures in the mirror. One of the most frequently spotted spirits is a man in an old-fashioned bowler hat, who's often seen standing near the bar watching patrons but never speaking to them. Staff members also say certain rooms feel unusually heavy, as if somebody is always standing just out of sight. The creepiest part of Bisby is the underground mines. Hundreds of men died down there during the mining heyday, and according to locals, many of them never came back up. Paranormal investigators have reported hearing voices echoing through the tunnels, sometimes calling for help, sometimes whispering prayers in the dark. There are even stories of people seeing glowing lights deep in the mine shaft, lights that quickly vanish when approached. One terrifying legend tells of a miner who was trapped during a cave-in. Rescuers say they could hear him singing a haunting tune from behind the collapsed wall for hours. When they reached him, he was already dead, but the singing didn't stop. Today, Bisby embraces its haunted reputation. Ghost tours are one of the most popular attractions in town, taking visitors through dark alleyways, abandoned buildings, and even down to the old mining tunnels. But many people report leaving these tours with more than just a spooky story. Visitors have claimed to capture strange photos showing orbs or figures, and some claim to feel followed long after the tour ends. Locals say it's because Bisby isn't just haunted by its past, it is its past, trapped in a loop that keeps playing out over and over again. and if you listen closely, you might just hear it. Bisby may look like an artsy mountain escape today, but some ghosts here don't care what century it is. They're still on the job, and they're waiting for you to come visit. Galina, Illinois, the town where history refuses to die. There's a town in Illinois that feels like it's been frozen in time. Cobblestone streets, historic mansions, glass lamps glowing at night. It looks like something out of a storybook or a Hallmark movie. But once the sun goes down, Galina reveals its darker side, because here, the past isn't just preserved, it lives with you. And according to locals, the founders of this town are still there with you. Nestled along the banks of the Mississippi River, Galina was once a booming town famous for its lead mines and Civil War heroes. In the mid-1800s, it was one of the wealthiest cities in Illinois and even played host to Abraham Lincoln and Ulysses S. Grant. But with wealth came tragedy. The town saw fires, flood, disease, and sudden deaths, and many believe its beautiful streets are still haunted by the spirits who lived and died here. The most famous building in town is the DeSoto House Hotel, the oldest operating hotel in Illinois. It's a stunning 5-story brick building that has hosted presidents, generals, and now possibly spirits. Abraham Lincoln gave a speech here from the hotel's balcony, and some guests even claim to have seen his ghost roaming the halls. Others report hearing strange knocks on doors, footsteps in empty halls, and lights flickering on and off by themselves. One common sighting involves a shadowy man in a top hat seen pacing near the ballroom, always vanishing before anybody could get too close. Staff members say some rooms feel off, and guests frequently ask to switch rooms in the middle of the night, complaining of the sensation of being watched. A few blocks away sits the Ryan Mansion, a gorgeous Victorian home built in 1876. It was originally the home of a wealthy local businessman, and some believe he never left it. The current owners, who run the mansion as a bed and breakfast, report frequent encounters with a male spirit in the upstairs hallway. Guests have reported hearing footsteps on the staircase late at night, cold spots in rooms, and even seen the apparition of a woman in period clothing looking out the second-story window. One visitor described waking up and seeing a man standing at the foot of their bed, only for him to slowly disappear right in front of her eyes. But you don't need to stay in a hotel to experience Galina's ghost. Main Street, lined with 19th century buildings, antique shops, and some amazing restaurants, is one of the most haunted stretches in town. Locals and shop owners alike tell stories of unexplained footsteps echoing after hours, objects moving on their own, and strange whispers in empty rooms that would give Bobby Mackeys a run for their money. One shopkeeper once said they saw an old man in a Civil War uniform standing outside their window, only for him to vanish when they stepped outside to confront him. Another reported a recurring customer who really seemed out of place, dressed in old-fashioned clothes and never speaking, just browsing the shelves. When they looked back at security footage, the man wasn't there at all, even though they were speaking to him when he was in the building. Galina is proud of its history. Ghost tours are widely popular, and many visitors come specifically hoping to spot something paranormal. But even skeptics admit there's something strange about this town. Whether it's the preserved buildings, the lingering energy of its Civil War past, or the restless spirits still walking down the street, Galina has earned a reputation as one of America's most haunted small towns. Here, history isn't just remembered, it's relived, and sometimes it's watching you. In Galina, every street tells a story, but not all of them are ready to end. Shepherdstown, West Virginia. There's a tiny, picturesque town in West Virginia that looks like the perfect postcard. From its charming shops to its own stone buildings, it's beautiful. But after dark, that postcard turns into a nightmare. Travel Channel once called Shepherdstown America's most haunted town. And once you hear what happens here, you'll understand why. Because in Shepherdstown, the ghosts aren't just hiding in the shadows, they've become part of the town itself. Founded in the 1700s, Shepherdstown is one of the oldest towns in West Virginia. It survived floods, war, fires, and epidemics. But every time the town was rebuilt, something else seemed to take hold. Locals say it's like the town itself remembers everything that's happened here. And over the years, the strange activity has gotten so extreme it even caught the attention of a paranormal TV series. Shepherdstown quickly became famous worldwide, but some of the town's darkest stories aren't fully explained. One of the most haunted places in town is the Shepherdstown Opera House. Built in the early 1900s, this place has seen generations of performances. Plays, films, concerts, you name it, it's happened here. But according to the locals, the music never really stops. Staff and visitors report hearing phantom piano music echoing through the building when it's empty. People say they've heard footsteps pacing across the stage, curtains rustling, and even ghostly applause coming from the darkened theater. One terrifying account came from a janitor who worked there for years. He claimed that late one night while cleaning the balcony, he heard a man's deep voice singing on stage. When he went downstairs to check, there was no one there. But as he stood in the aisle, the singing started again, but this time, it was right behind him. Just outside of town lies a battlefield dating back to the Civil War. Hundreds of soldiers fought and died here, and locals say their spirits never left. Late at night, people have reported seeing strange glowing lights floating through the trees, almost like lanterns being carried by invisible hands. Others have heard phantom gunshots, shouting, and the sound of drums beating in the distance. There's even a chilling story of a group of hikers who wandered into the woods after dark. They say they suddenly heard the sound of marching feet all around them, and then they saw dozens of shadowy figures moving through the fog, dressed in old Union and Confederate uniforms. The hikers ran back to their car, but later realized they hadn't seen another person on the battlefield all night. Several of Shepherdstown's historic inns have their own terrifying reputations. One inn, which dates back to the 18th century, has been plagued by poltergeist activity for years. Guests have reported waking up to the sound of furniture dragging across the floor above them, but when staff investigate, they find rooms empty. Others say their lights turn on and off by themselves, doors slam without warning, and objects fall off shelves in the middle of the night. One guest described being woken up by the sound of loud knocking on their door, only to open it and find no one there, but the room was suddenly ice cold. Locals say these buildings were once used as makeshift hospitals during the Civil War, and the energy from these tragedies still linger. Shepherdstown has fully embraced its haunted reputation. Ghost tours, paranormal investigations, and of course the TV show Ghost of Shepherdstown have all put this all in the mainstream. But before the camera showed up, the people here knew this wasn't just another spooky town. Many residents believe the spirits here aren't simply stuck, they're drawn to Shepherdstown, as if the land itself is some sort of supernatural magnet. Whether it's the opera house, the battlefields, or the haunted inns, one thing is clear. In Shepherdstown, the ghosts aren't just part of the past, they're part of the town. In America's most haunted town, you don't go looking for ghosts. They find you. New Harmony, Indiana, the utopian town that became a haunted prison. There's a small town in Indiana that was supposed to be a paradise. It was built as a utopian community, free from crime, greed, and suffering. But instead, something else moved in. Today, New Harmony is not known for peace, but for its dark, unsettling energy. Locals say there is something wrong here, and once you hear these stories, you understand why people say the whole town is haunted. In the early 1800s, a group called the Harmonists founded New Harmony as a religious settlement. They believed they were creating a perfect society, dedicated to God, hard work, and complete separation from the outside world. But behind the walls of their utopia, there were rumors of strange rituals and spiritual experiments. Later, the town was sold to a group of visionaries who wanted to build a scientific paradise. But instead of progress, New Harmony fell into decline. And many believe all that focused energy, from religion, science to mysticism, left something dark behind. One of the most haunted places in New Harmony is the New Harmony Inn. This was built near the original Harmonist structures, and they believe that's why it's so active. Guests have reported seeing shadowy figures roaming the hallways, hearing footsteps outside their door, and waking up to the feeling of being watched. But one of the most famous ghosts here are known as the monks. Several guests have claimed to see hooded or robed figures silently moving through the building, always vanishing before they can be approached. Some believe these are the spirits of the Harmonist leaders still watching over the town they tried to perfect. Others think it's something entirely different. Then there's the roofless church, a strange open-air structure built in the 1960s as a symbol of universal spirituality. It's supposed to be a place of peace and reflection, but visitors feel it's anything but peaceful. People report seeing shadowy forms moving between the columns, disembodied whispers, and an overwhelming feeling of dread as soon as they step inside. Some say it feels like the town's energy all funnels into this one spot. There are even stories of people blacking out or becoming physically ill while visiting, only to recover as soon as they leave the church grounds. New Harmony is also home to several old cemeteries, some of which date back to the town's earliest settlers. But it's not just the graves that are haunted. Locals tell stories about the spirits of villagers who drowned in the nearby Wabash River during sudden floods. Their apparitions are often seen near the cemeteries, dripping wet and staring blankly as passerby before vanishing. People walking through the graveyards at night report hearing the sound of water dripping even on dry nights, and they catch glimpses of pale, soaking wet figures lingering near the trees. Some believe these spirits are still searching for the homes they lost in the flood, or worse, the loved ones they couldn't save. Many paranormal investigators believe New Harmony isn't just haunted, it's supernaturally charged. Within its history of utopian experiments, religious rituals, and strange architectural sites, the town seems to attract spiritual activity like a magnet. Some say the Harmonist unknowingly opened a gate here, or a door that couldn't be closed, and once you visit New Harmony, many say it doesn't let you go. New Harmony was meant to be a utopia, but instead it became a prison, and in this town, some spirits are still serving their life sentence. Corbin and Barberville, Kentucky. The Appalachian Mountains are hiding something strange. Deep in the Appalachian foothills of Kentucky, there's a stretch of land where locals refuse to go after dark. Some say it's just superstition, old mountain tales meant to scare kids. But others know better, because along the quiet backroads between Corbin and Barberville, there's a dark history of vanishings, strange lights, and something else watching from the tree line. And once you hear what's happening on Booger Mountain and Devil's Creek, you'll understand why people don't talk about it out loud. In Appalachian folklore, the word booger doesn't mean something silly. It's an old term, passed down through generations, used to describe a monster, a ghost, or some kind of malevolent spirit. And in this part of Kentucky, there are two places where that word carries serious weight: Booger Mountain and Devil's Creek. Both sites are tied to chilling local legends, and even modern sightings. Together, they form one of the most terrifying stretches of haunted land in Appalachia. Booger Mountain sits just outside of Corbin, Kentucky, between it and Barberville. It is not marked on most maps, but locals know exactly where it is. For decades, people have told stories about strange creatures roaming its slopes. Tall, shadowy figures with glowing eyes that follow hikers through the woods. Some describe them as boogers, not quite human, not quite animal, but something in between. There are also reports of strange lights hovering above the mountain at night, sometimes moving through the trees, other times darting across the sky. And let's not forget about the phantom hitchhikers and the phantom truckers that disappear when they get too close. One terrifying encounter from the 1970s describes a group of terrified teenagers camping at the base of Booger Mountain. They claim to have heard heavy footsteps circling their campsite, along with deep guttural breathing just beyond the tree line. When one of them shined a flashlight toward the sound, they saw a pair of glowing red eyes staring back at them, at eye level with all of the adults. The kids bolted back to town, but according to their families, they never spoke of it again. To this day, hikers report hearing disembodied voices calling their names when they pass through the area. About 20 minutes south of Corbin, near Cumberland Falls State Park, sits another place locals like to avoid, Devil's Creek. The name alone is enough to scare people, but the stories tied to this spot are even worse. The creek winds through dense woods, and for generations people have whispered about the spirits that haunt it. Some tell of white ladies, ghostly women in tattered dresses seen weeping by the water's edge, vanishing without a trace. Others report hearing blood-curdling screams through the hollers, followed by sudden unnatural silence. But perhaps the most chilling stories involve those who disappear. Local lore says several hikers and hunters have gone missing near Devil's Creek over the years, some of them later found wandering miles away with no memory of how they got there. One recurring rumor tells of a strange figure called the Watcher, a tall, dark shape that stands perfectly still along the creek bed, always staring at whoever passes by. Multiple reports describe people seeing the same figure just before losing track of time or getting lost in the woods. There's also the Birdman that allegedly swoops down and attacks cars driving through the area. Some believe the hauntings of Booger Mountain and Devil's Creek aren't isolated. They're part of a much larger network of paranormal hotspots connected to the nearby Daniel Boone National Forest, an area already famous for its ghost sightings, cryptid reports, and strange disappearances. The forest spans over 700,000 acres, and much of it remains unexplored. Locals say the same lights seen near Booger Mountain have been spotted deep in the forest, along with similar shadowy figures. Some theorize that these places are all connected by old Native American trails or something far more ancient. And once people start digging into the history of this region, they often stop, because these stories start to sound too close to home. Old newspaper clippings from the Corbin Times-Tribune and the Barberville Mountain Advocate mention unusual sightings going back decades. Everything from unexplained fires to strange footprints found near both sites. Some older residents even claim the local churches used to hold booger prayers, ceremonies to ward off evil spirits believed to haunt these hills. And nearly everybody who's grown up around Booger Mountain or Devil's Creek at least knows one person with a story they refuse to share. One local man said he used to joke about the legends until he spent a night fishing at Devil's Creek. He claimed something grabbed him from behind, pulling him toward the water, but when he turned around, there was no one there. After that, he moved out of town, and he won't even drive near the area anymore. In this corner of Appalachia, they don't tell ghost stories for fun. They tell them as warnings, because on Booger Mountain and along Devil's Creek, something's waiting in the dark, and once it finds you, it might not let you go. Before we wrap up, here are 4 honorable mentions, places that didn't quite make the main list but easily could have. These towns are so unsettling that many people refuse to go near them after dark, and honestly, once you hear these little snippets, you'll understand why. Estes Park, Colorado. This quiet mountain town is famous for one thing: the Stanley Hotel. This is the hotel that inspired Stephen King's The Shining, and the real thing is just as terrifying as the movie. Guests report hearing children laughing in empty hallways, pianos playing by themselves, and seeing ghostly figures of former employees wandering the grounds. Some even say the spirits here follow you home. And yes, they rent out the most haunted rooms to people still. Side note, this is where the Estes method was invented by Connor Randall and Carl Pfeiffer. Port Town, Washington. This Victorian seaport town is often described as a living ghost town. Its streets are lined with beautifully preserved 1800s buildings, but beneath the charm lies a dark past. Locals tell stories of haunted tunnels beneath the town where sailors and workers vanished without a trace. Many of the old hotels here are rumored to be packed with spirits, most famously the Palace Hotel, where guests report seeing a woman staring out from the windows. Rooms that hadn't been occupied in decades. And then there's Deadwood, South Dakota, a place my grandpa visited and said was horrifically haunted. This old west town was home to gunslingers, gamblers, outlaws, and many of them never left. Saloon number 10 is where Wild Bill Hickok was shot, and visitors still report seeing his ghost sitting alone at the bar. There are also stories of shadowy figures wandering the old streets and sudden burst of phantom gunfire in the night. Deadwood thrives on its spooky reputations, but even locals admit it's not just a tourist gimmick. Finally, there's Cairo, Illinois. Unlike the others on this list, this one comes with a serious warning. Cairo was once a bustling port town, but decades of crime, corruption, and decline left it abandoned. Today it's often described as one of the most creepiest places in America. Many of the buildings here are collapsing, streets are overgrown, and there's this heavy, suffocating feeling that hits you the moment you arrive. People report hearing whispers in empty houses and seeing shadowy figures in the windows. But here's the thing. Locals and law enforcement strongly advise against visiting, because while the town itself feels haunted, it's also known for real-world dangers, including crime and people who don't want visitors poking around. So when you think you're chasing a ghost and it turns out to be a crackhead, just know I gave you a heads up. The United States is home to more than just history and highways. Lurking between mountains, forests, and deserts are things that we don't talk about. This is a 4-part exploration into America's strangest legends, region by region, state by state. Welcome to The Other Side. My name is John, and today we're going to explore cryptids of the western region of North America. Alaska, home of the Kushtaka. Shape-shifting otter men that lure people to their doom. Hidden within the icy wilderness of Alaska, a chilling legend stalks the shadows. The Kushtaka, or land otter men. This creature comes from the Tlingit tribe and is said to be a shapeshifter, able to take the form of an otter or even a human. But don't be fooled by its playful appearance. Its intentions are far from friendly. The Kushtaka is infamous for luring people to their doom, often by mimicking cries for help or the voices of loved ones. Victims are drawn deeper into the forest or into treacherous waters, only to vanish without a trace. According to the legend, the Kushtaka doesn't just take lives, it steals souls, preventing its victims from reaching the afterlife. But not all stories are sinister. Some say the Kushtaka can rescue lost travelers, leading them to safety or protecting them from freezing to death. Still, this dual nature makes it both a figure to fear and awe in Alaskan folklore. Whether a shape-shifting predator or a mysterious guardian, the Kushtaka remains an enigma of the Alaskan wilds, blurring the line between myth and reality. Arizona, the Mogon Monster. Arizona's Bigfoot, which is said to roam the Mogon Rim. Arizona may be known for its deserts, but hidden in the rugged wilderness of the Mogon Rim is a creature shrouded in mystery. The Mogon Monster. Often referred to as Arizona's Bigfoot, this elusive creature is said to stand over 7 feet tall, is covered in long dark hair, and has glowing red eyes that pierce through the night. Witnesses describe the Mogon monster as having a strong, pungent odor, sometimes the stench of rotting fish or decaying meat. It's known to emit chilling screams, growls, and even whistles that echo through the forested canyons. Some stories go back centuries, with local Native American tribes sharing tales of a protector spirit or a wild man of the woods. The Mogon monster is said to roam the pine-covered mountains of central and northern Arizona, especially near Payson along the Mogon Rim. While some hikers report finding massive footprints, others claim eerie encounters where they felt watched or followed by something unseen. Whether it's a cryptid, a cautionary tale, or a misunderstood part of nature, the Mogon monster adds an air of mystery to Arizona's breathtaking landscapes, so you'll never know what you'll see out in the wilds. California, Bigfoot. Legendary sightings happened in the northern redwood forest. In the misty, ancient redwood forest of Northern California, a legend roams: Bigfoot. This towering ape-like creature has become one of the most, if not the most famous cryptid in the world, with its roots deeply tied to the rugged wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. California's Bigfoot sightings are particularly concentrated in areas like Humboldt County along the Trinity River. Described as a massive hairy figure standing 8 to 10 feet tall, Bigfoot is known for its human-like footprints, sometimes measuring up to 24 inches long. Many witnesses report a strong, musty odor and hearing eerie howls or wood knocks. They also report seeing figures stalking the dense forest. The most famous piece of cryptid evidence comes from California itself. In 1967, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin filmed what they claim to be a Sasquatch walking along Bluff Creek. For generations, Native American tribes in the region have told stories of large wild beings that dwell in the forest, often regarded with a mix of fear and respect. Modern cryptozoologists and enthusiasts alike continue to explore the redwoods, searching for definitive proof of this elusive creature. Whether a real undiscovered species or simply the stuff of folklore, Bigfoot remains an enduring symbol of the wild, untamed spirit of California's northern forest. Colorado, the Slide Rock Bolter, a bizarre land whale that slides down mountains to devour tourists. Deep within the mountains of Colorado, there's a bizarre and terrifying legend of a creature known as the Slide Rock Bolter. Unlike any cryptid you've heard of, this creature is said to resemble a massive whale-like beast with a hooked tail that it uses to cling to steep mountainsides. According to the tale, the Slide Rock Bolter lies in wait on high slopes, watching for unsuspecting hikers or tourists below. When the moment is right, it releases its grip, sliding down the mountain at incredible speeds, swallowing anything in its path, trees, rocks, and even unlucky victims, before disappearing into a valley. The legend of the Slide Rock Bolter originated in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly in areas like the San Juan Mountains. Some say it was a story invented by miners or early settlers to explain strange landslides, while others believe it was a tongue-in-cheek warning to keep tourists from overcrowding the trails. Though the Slide Rock Bolter is almost certainly a tall tale, its unique and outlandish nature make it a fun part of Colorado's folklore, adding a bit of whimsy and maybe a little bit of caution to the breathtaking mountainous landscape. Hawaii, the Minihune. Small, mischievous people believed to build temples and roads at night. Deep in the lush valleys and forests of Hawaii, there's a mysterious legend of the Minihune. Small, magical people said to live in hidden remote areas of the islands. These mischievous yet skilled builders are known for their incredible craftsmanship, often attributed to the creation of ancient temples, roads, and fish ponds, all of which were constructed overnight. According to Hawaiian folklore, the Minihune are only a few feet tall, with exceptional strength and precision. They work under the cover of darkness to avoid being seen, and if interrupted, they abandon their projects, leaving them unfinished. One famous site tied to the Minihune is the Alikoko Fish Pond on Kauai, a centuries-old structure that is said to have been built by them in a single night. The origins of the Minihune stories trace back to the earliest settlers of Hawaii. Some believe they represent pre-Polynesian people who were eventually displaced, while others view them as mythical beings that symbolize Hawaii's deep connection to the natural world. Whether magical craftsmen, ancient settlers, or simply folklore, the Minihune remain a fascinating and enduring part of Hawaiian culture, adding a sense of wonder to the island's history and beautiful landscapes. Idaho. Charlie, a serpent-like creature reported in Payette Lake. Nestled in the scenic mountains of Idaho lies Payette Lake, a tranquil body of water with a not-so-tranquil legend. Charlie, a mysterious serpent-like creature said to lurk beneath its surface. First reported in the 1920s, Charlie is described as a long snake-like creature, measuring up to 35 feet in length, with a pronounced hump and a dragon-like head. The legend gained momentum in 1954 when several locals reported seeing a strange, undulating form moving across the lake. Witnesses describe Charlie as sleek and fast, capable of disappearing between the water in an instant. Over the years, more sightings have kept the legend alive, fueling speculation about what might be swimming in Payette Lake. Some theorize Charlie could be a surviving prehistoric creature like a plesiosaur, while skeptics suggest it could be a large sturgeon or logs drifting in water. But for the residents of McCall, Idaho, Charlie is more than a mystery. It's a beloved part of local folklore, even inspiring an annual festival and artwork around town. Montana, the Shunka-Warakan, a wolf-like creature that supposedly kills livestock. In the rugged wilderness of Montana, a mysterious creature known as the Shunka-Warakan has long captured the imagination of locals. This wolf-like cryptid is said to have terrorized livestock, leaving ranchers baffled and frightened. The Shunka-Warakan is described as a large, dark-furred animal with a sloping back, long jaws, and an unusual gait. Its name comes from Native American folklore, where it's often associated with a supernatural predator or spirit. The most famous account dates back to the late 19th century, when settlers reported attacks on livestock by an animal unlike any they'd ever seen. In one case, a rancher reportedly shot and killed a strange creature that matched the description of the Shunka-Warakan. The taxidermied remains, dubbed ringdosis, were displayed in a museum in Idaho for decades before disappearing, adding to the creature's mystique. While skeptics believe the Shunka-Warakan could be a misidentified wolf, a hyena brought to the area, or even an extinct predator like a dire wolf, sightings and stories still persist to this day. Today, the Shunka-Warakan remains a haunting legend of Montana's untamed wilderness, a creature that blurs the line between myth and reality. Nevada, Tahoe-Tessie, a serpent-like monster said to inhabit Lake Tahoe. In the crystal-clear waters of Lake Tahoe, a legend ripples through its depths. Tahoe-Tessie, a serpent-like lake monster that has intrigued locals and visitors for generations. Tahoe-Tessie is described as a large, serpent-like creature, measuring anywhere from 20 to 80 feet long. Witnesses have reported a sleek, dark body in an undulating motion as it glides throughout the water. Some even claim to have seen Tessie's head breaching the surface, resembling a prehistoric marine reptile. Sightings of Tahoe-Tessie date back to the 19th century, with stories from the Washoe tribe who spoke of water-dwelling creatures inhabiting the lake's depth. Modern accounts surged in the 1950s, with boaters and swimmers reporting strange wakes and unexplainable movements in the water. Lake Tahoe's incredible depth of over 1,600 feet in some areas fuels the speculation that Tessie could exist undetected. Some theories suggest it could be a species of giant sturgeon or even a plesiosaur that somehow survived extinction. While skeptics attribute Tessie sightings to optical illusions, submerged logs, or overactive imaginations, the legend persists, drawing curious adventurers to the lake. New Mexico, the Chupacabra, a goat-sucking creature with glowing eyes and spikes. In the arid deserts of New Mexico, a legendary creature has captured the imaginations of locals and cryptids alike, the Chupacabra. Known as the Goat Sucker, this mysterious being is infamous for attacking livestock and draining their bloods. Descriptions of the Chupacabra vary, but in New Mexico it's often depicted as a dog-like creature with spines running down its back, glowing red or green eyes, and sharp fangs. Some accounts even describe a more reptilian version, with scaly skin and a menacing upright stance. The Chupacabra legend gained global fame in the 1990s, but in New Mexico, stories of strange livestock deaths have been whispered for decades. Farmers report finding animals, usually goats or sheep, dead with puncture wounds on their neck and their blood drained, fueling fears of this nocturnal predator. Skeptics attribute these incidents to natural predators like coyotes or feral dogs suffering from mange, which can give them a strange, hairless appearance. Others see the Chupacabra as a modern myth born of fear and isolation and the harsh realities of rural life. Still, believers maintain the Chupacabra is real, a creature lurking in the shadows of the desert, preying on livestock and continuously evading capture. Whether a cryptid, misidentified wildlife, or just an urban legend, Chupacabra has cemented its place in New Mexico's folklore and left us wondering what might be stalking the desert under the cover of night. Oregon, colossal clawed, a sea serpent said to inhabit the Columbia River. In the misty waters of Oregon's Columbia River, a legendary sea serpent has captivated imaginations for decades. Colossal clawed. This mysterious creature is described as a massive snake-like beast measuring up to 40 feet long, with a long neck, round head, and a face that resembles that of a camel. The first reported sighting of colossal clawed dates back to 1934, when sailors aboard a tugboat claimed to have spotted a creature near the mouth of the Columbia River. They described it as having a coarse, scaly body and moving with a powerful swimming motion throughout the water. Over the years, similar sightings followed, with fishermen and boaters reporting encounters with this aquatic giant. Some theories suggest colossal clawed might be a sturgeon, a prehistoric-looking fish known to inhabit the river. Others believe it could be an undiscovered species or even a relic from the age of dinosaurs. Skeptics, however, argue that sightings are likely exaggerated or misidentified animals, amplified by the foggy, mysterious environment of the Columbia River. Despite this debate, colossal clawed remains a beloved part of Oregon's folklore, inspiring everything from art to cryptid hunters, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. So if you ever find yourself along the Columbia River, keep your eyes on the water. You might just spot the legendary colossal clawed gliding through the mist. Utah, the Skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity from Navajo folklore. In the vast deserts and rugged landscapes of Utah, one of the most chilling legends of the American Southwest takes root: the Skinwalker. This terrifying entity comes from Navajo folklore and is said to be a malevolent shapeshifter capable of assuming the form of animals and even humans. The Navajo believe skinwalkers are witches who have gained dark powers through unspeakable acts. They can mimic voices, transform into creatures like wolves or coyotes, and move with supernatural speeds. Skinwalkers are often described as having glowing eyes and an eerie, unnatural presence that chills anybody who encounters them. Utah Skinwalker Ranch, a property near Ballard, Utah, has become infamous for its connection to these legends. The ranch is known for strange phenomena, including UFO sightings, mysterious lights, and bizarre animal mutilations. Many locals attribute these events to the presence of skinwalkers, while others believe the area is a paranormal hotspot. For the Navajo, speaking openly about skinwalkers is taboo. It's believed to draw their attention. This is only added to the mystique surrounding these entities, fueling tales of encounters and unexplained occurrences in the region. While skeptics dismiss skinwalkers as folklore or misinterpretations of natural events, the fear they inspire is very real. The legend of the skinwalker serves as a cautionary tale, reminding us of the powers of the unknown and the importance of respecting ancient beliefs. So whether you're in the deserts of Utah or the remote corners of the Southwest, tread carefully, because you never know if the shadows might be watching. Washington, the Bat Squatch, a flying Bigfoot-like creature said to inhabit Mount St. Helens. High above the rugged peaks of Mount St. Helens in Washington, a creature both bizarre and terrifying is said to lurk. the Bat Squatch. As its name suggests, this cryptid is a strange blend of two legends, a towering Bigfoot-like creature with bat-like wings. The legend of the Bat Squatch gained traction after the eruption of Mount St. Helens in the 1980s, with locals reporting sightings of a massive wing-like creature in the aftermath. Descriptions typically depict a beast standing over 9 feet tall with glowing yellow eyes, sharp claws, and a wingspan that stretches nearly 50 feet. Some eyewitnesses claim that Bat Squatch has a deep guttural roar and an unsettling ability to disappear into the mist. It's often associated with remote forest and cliffside, keeping its distance from hunters and humans alike. Skeptics suggest that Bat Squatch could be a misidentified large bird, such as an eagle or an owl, or even the product of an exaggerated tale born from the chaos following the volcanic eruption. However, believers point to the consistent details and sightings as evidence of its existence. Whether it's a creature of flesh and blood, a spirit of the mountains, or simply a local legend, Bat Squatch remains an enduring mystery in Washington state. So if you're ever hiking near Mount St. Helens, keep an eye to the sky. You just might spot the elusive Bat Squatch soaring overhead. Wyoming, the jackalope, a mythical antlered rabbit, now a beloved local symbol. In the wide open plains of Wyoming, a creature of whimsy and folklore has captured hearts for generations. The jackalope, a mythical animal said to be a rabbit with antelope-like antlers. It's more than just a tall tale though. It's a beloved symbol of local culture and humor. The origins of the jackalope legends trace back to the 1930s when Douglas Herrick, a Wyoming taxidermist, crafted the first jackalope mount as a joke, combining a jackrabbit with antlers. The quirky creation soon gained popularity, and the jackalope was born. Stories of the jackalope describe it as a shy but clever creature, known for mimicking human voices to confuse hunters. Some legends even claim the jackalope can be dangerous, with sharp antlers it uses to defend itself. Of course, these tales are typically told with a wink and a nod, as the jackalope is widely understood to be a playful piece of frontier folklore. Today, the jackalope is a cherished part of Wyoming's identity. The town of Douglas has embraced the creature as its mascot, complete with statues, festivals, and even a jackalope hunting license. The jackalope is a testament to the creativity and humor of the American West. So next time you're in Wyoming, keep an eye out, you might catch a glimpse of this legendary antlered rabbit. There are moments in life when you realize you're not alone. A figure in the trees, a voice in the dark, a stranger who knows too much. These are true stories of real horror, some human, some possibly something else. Sometimes all it takes is one decision to change your life forever. And sometimes that decision is the last one you'll ever make. This is The Other Side, and these are 5 unsettling encounters with people who weren't supposed to be there. And they still haunt those who experience them to this day. Turn off the lights, get comfortable, and let's get into it. The red minivan that haunted us for half a year in 2006. I've shared a few stories on here before, but this is one that bothers me most. It happened years ago when I was 13 or 14. When I was a young teenager back in fall 2006, me, my family, and my neighbors started having bizarre encounters with an old man in a dark red minivan. Back then, I used to live in a hill in an old non-operational fishing village. It was about a 40-minute drive outside the city along a highway. The highway to the village was a dead end. There was nothing down that way except housing. There wasn't even any motels or any stores. Most of the houses were homes to elderly people, while the others were abandoned fishing stages that overlooked the water. It was very strange to see anybody that we didn't recognize in that area, especially from September until May, when we would get the odd tourists during the summer months, but never from fall to spring. When I was in middle school, every day after I got home, I got off the bus. I would walk up to the mailbox. It was about a good 15-minute walk along the highway, The mailbox was up the road toward the city. Past my house, there was only about 8 other houses, all on the same side of the road as mine. After those houses, it was just thick trees and marshes. I used to like to call the area Silentville instead of Silent Hill. We were right on the very edge of the East Coast, right by the ocean. It was a fog bank all year round. It was rare that we would get sunny days. Even when it was sunny in the city, it was still foggy down here. Sometimes the fog was so thick you could barely see a few feet ahead of you. Anyway, one afternoon after school, while I was on my usual trek back home after checking the mailbox, I heard the rattling of a vehicle in the distance. I always walked facing traffic since my mother would have a fit if I didn't. Safety rules and all. It was crawling toward me, its headlights clearing the fog. It was probably going 5 miles per hour, which is odd considering the speed limit was about 70. The minivan came to a halt about 10 feet ahead of me. Just stopped, right in the middle of the highway. I continued toward it, figured it was somebody looking for directions. As I neared the window of the car, I could see an old man sitting in the driver's seat. He was of a fairly small build with light gray patches of hair on his head. His eyes were watery and of a dull blue color. "Hello, young lady," he said in a really soft voice. "Hi," I responded. He started making small chit-chat with me. I can't remember what, but it was just sort of casual talking. I noticed that he had a small fluffy white dog in his passenger seat as well. The thing that struck me odd about this dog was its body language. You see, the old man would move his hand a lot while talking. Every time he'd quickly move it, the dog would sort of scrunch back farther in its seat. It seemed to be a bit afraid of him. Another thing that was odd was that he kept his other hand between the 2 seats. I could sort of make out what seemed like a metallic material under his hand. After chatting with me a bit, he slowly turned his head away and continued up the road toward the city. I shrugged it off, figuring he was just a relative of somebody in the village, and continued home. About a week went by without seeing him, and by then he was just a memory. I was on my way up to the old mailbox when I hear the familiar sound of rattling coming down the roads toward me. Him again, I thought. I was a little weirded out by him, so I jumped down into the ditch and hid in the brush. I watched as he sluggishly drove by. The entire time he was looking around, observing, sort of like a hunter looking for prey. After he was long out of sight and I couldn't hear his vehicle anymore, I jumped up from the ditch and hurried my way up to the mailbox. The last 6-minute stretch of road had no housing, so it was pretty isolated. After snatching the mail, I started hurrying back, and that's when I ran into him again. The worst possible place. The long stretch with no houses. This time he was coming up the road quite fast, and I didn't have time to hide. He pulled up next to me and said, "Hello, dearie. Why were you down in the ditch earlier?" Oh crap, I thought. He'd seen me. "Oh, I thought I'd seen a cat down there," I said. "You like cute animals, dearie? You can get in the back seat and play with my puppy. She loves kids," he said, smiling. No thanks," I said as I started walking away. He reached out his window and grabbed my arm. "Please, dearie, I insist. I can drive you home. You live at, insert my address here, right?" I stood there dumbfounded. How did he know which house I lived in? I shook him off and started to run. He started backing his car up after me. I bolted down the road and I didn't look back. At the time, my aunt lived a few houses up the road from my house, so I ran into her driveway and started frantically banging on her door. She came to the door and let me in, and I used her phone to call my mother to come pick me up. After we got home, I told her everything. She was upset and called the police. Basically, they told us they couldn't do anything, especially since we didn't have a license plate number. After that, I wasn't allowed to go on walks. He continued to show up though. Usually twice a week, right after my school bus dropped me off, he would come slowly driving down the road. One day, my neighbor asked him what he was doing, and he responded, "Oh, I'm just a lonely gentleman. I saw a woman one day down the road working on her garden, and she just captured my heart. My neighbor told him that she was married, and he laughed and said something along the lines of, "If you want the love to work, you have to work for it." And then he drove off. My neighbor got the license plate and called the police. About 40 minutes later, the police came down, but he was long gone by then. Our neighbor waved the police over and they talked to him. They told him the car had been reported stolen a few months back. Sometime during November, my parents were out in the evening doing yard work. He stopped in our front yard asking my parents where I was. He said he missed our time together and felt neglected. My parents got really upset and chased him away. A few days later, I was up at night playing Final Fantasy XI on Xbox 360 in the den. The den was on the bottom floor. I used to keep all the blinds open with the lights off in my room. I like looking at the night sky. People could probably see me through the window though, since it was facing the street. So there I was, illuminated by the TV, all cuddled up in my big armchair having a late night game session, probably around 2 a.m., and I see the familiar red minivan slowly coming down the road. I froze. It parked a few feet up the road from my property, in between our house and the house next door. There was a small driveway that led nowhere going between our land. He stopped his car, turned it off, and then came out. I watched in horror as he walked closer to our house. I was terrified. I pushed myself back as far into the chair as I could, hoping he wouldn't see me. I felt like screaming, but my parents were upstairs and they were both sound sleepers. He paced back and forth in front of our house, sort of staring. He was looking into the den. Now this is the extremely strange part. He stopped in place and then laid down on the side of the road in front of our house. He just laid there for a good hour or so. I was frozen in fear the entire time. After about an hour, he got up and then strolled back to his car and left. After he left, I ran upstairs crying and told my parents. They called the police again, but he was gone by the time they got to us. We were all frustrated. The police, despite having his license plate, couldn't do anything, and the guy was coming around harassing and terrifying us and all of our neighbors. This went on until about March. About a month passed without seeing him. That's when we got the news. Our neighbor, who was good friends with somebody that lived down a dead-end side road a bit further up, had been on a walk to his friend's house. He spotted the red minivan off in a driveway of a house that had just been put up for sale, and the people were already moved out. He got filled with anger when seeing it and ran over. When he got closer, he noticed blood on the passenger window. He went to the closest house and used their phone to call 911. He went back out to check the car. He was pretty ballsy. He was the neighborhood protector of sorts. The car doors were unlocked, and he looked in the window to see the small dog's body, a wallet which had an ID in it, and a bloody wrench wedged between the two seats. He left and waited for the police to arrive. Our neighbor stayed in contact with the police. Apparently the guy left in a hurry, leaving his ID behind. Turns out he had just been released from prison not too long ago for offenses toward minors. We didn't get any details though. I felt so horrible for the dog. I really hope he never got his hands on another animal again. I sometimes worry that he went on to harass other people the same way he harassed us. So man who drove the red van? Let's not meet again. Quickly, before we go on to our next story, I wanted to say something very important. Thanks to you all, this channel is now monetized. As my papa always told me, if you can help, you should help. So every dollar that this specific video earns will be donated to a handful of local women's shelters, places that give women a way out of terrifying situations like the ones you're all about to hear or have just heard with the red van. If you'd like to support this cause directly, you can use the Buy Me a Coffee link down below, and any donations will be added to that total. Or if you'd rather help in your own community, check out the other link in the description to find a local women's shelter near you. Every view, like, and share can make a difference. Now, let's get back to the stories. The Corduroy Jouster. This happened about a decade ago, somewhere in northern Michigan, during the summer. My friend Kathy, who was 18, my boyfriend's half-sister May, who was 16, and I, who was 17, drove from my hometown to visit our friends. We were on our way back home in Kathy's shitty little Geo. And by shitty, I'm talking this piece of crap had engine problems, overheating problems, ignition problems, and was constantly falling apart. More than once it had stalled or just stopped working in the middle of the street while we were trying to get somewhere. But Kathy thought we'd be fine since we hadn't had any problems with it on the way to our friend's house. It's a little past midnight and we're roughly an hour away from home. There's nobody on the road, dense woods on every side, no street lights, no moon. I can barely see past the windshield because I have some form of albinism, which leaves me legally blind in my left eye and really awful vision in my right eye. My depth perception is terrible and I can't see more than a few feet ahead of me at most, but I usually can make out lights and other cars when they pass, sometimes street signs and people when they're close enough. We drove down this narrow, hilly road, and on the descent downhill, the Geo made a strange noise. Kathy starts braking, and when we get to the bottom of the hill, the car just quits working. Kathy swears and turns on the hazard lights. She and I get out the vehicle, and I help pop the hood, which causes a bunch of smoke to fly out. After the smoke clears, Kathy tries to figure out what went wrong. We stand in the dark for at least 45 minutes, maybe even longer, before we realized she couldn't fix the car and we would need a tow truck. These were the days of MapQuest printouts and brick phones, so we didn't whip out a smartphone and look up the closest tow truck. I decided to call my boyfriend Caleb to come pick us up and suggested we come with a tow to pick up the Geo when it was daylight. May and Kathy agree, and I take out my cruddy Nokia and called my boyfriend. That's when I realized there's no service out here. I asked May and Kathy if either of them have service. They both check and shake their heads. May gets a bit panicky, and we all hold our phones up, trying to get signal to no avail. It's hot as hell, and after failing to get any kind of service, we're all feeling a bit spooked and uncomfortable. May begs us to do something, because she's more afraid than Kathy and I. Kathy attempts to calm May down, and I wonder if the thick woods and hills are blocking our reception. I tell May and Kathy to wait by the car and walk away from them up the hill that we had just come from, holding my phone out. Still no signal. I walk farther and farther away until I reach the top of the hill. I can't see the outline of the Geo anymore, but I can still hear May at the distance. Even at the top of the hill, I don't get a signal. I know it's got to be the trees in the way, so I get an idea of climbing a tree and calling from there, just to see if it works. In hindsight, it was not my brightest idea, but me being an idiot, I saunter off into the woods and find a climbable tree. At this point, I just want to go home, and this is the only thing on my mind. I find a nice one with low branches and lift my body upward toward the tree trunk. I climb the branches higher and higher, and about midway up the tree, I feel my pack of cigarettes fall out of my shorts. I'm kind of annoyed, but I figure I can just look for them when I climb back down. I took my phone out and hold it up once I get near the top. I have service, hurrah! Relieved, I call Caleb, but he doesn't pick up, so I call again and again until he does. He answers in a sleepy but pissed voice, but I'm having none of it and simply explain our situation. He asks where we are and I give him the name of the road and my best guess to how far along we are on it. He says he will be on his way and tells me to go back and wait with May and Kathy, then yells at me for being so stupid and climbing a tree in the dark with my bad depth perception. I assure him I'm fine. He's skeptical, but says okay, and we hang up. I start climbing down the tree, but my hand touches a big glob of sap, so I try to wipe the sticky goop off my fingers on my shirt. I'm already sweaty and gross, so I'm not too happy about the sap. While I'm failing at getting rid of the crud on my hands, I hear the strangest sound from somewhere below me. Zhwish, zhwish, zhwish. I completely freeze. Not being able to place what the hell that sound is, but it's moving pretty fast, I stare down at the darkness below me. I can't see anything, just the noise continuing. It comes closer and closer, and then I hear it right below my tree. Zwish. And then it stops, right under my tree. I hold onto the branches as tight as I can, and then I wait. I hear leaf shuffling and twigs snapping, and after a while that stops. And the weird noise starts again, but it's heading away from me, deeper and deeper into the woods. I wait until I can no longer hear the sound, and I finish climbing down and jump out the tree. It's completely silent now besides the sounds of the woods, so I grope around on the ground looking for my cigarettes. I don't find them, so I make my way out of the woods back toward the road. I jog down the hill, and when I reach the bottom, I notice May and Kathy are not standing outside the car anymore and the hazard lights are off. I walk over to the car, and May rolls down the window a little bit and whispers in a panicked voice, "Elizabeth, where the hell were you?" I point back over my shoulder toward the hill, and I explain that I called her brother. Kathy yelled, "What are you doing? Get the F back in the car." I give them a weird look, but May unlocks and opens the door. I crawl into the back seat with her slamming it behind me. Kathy slams the locks and double checks them, while May rolls the windows up and makes sure the rest are rolled up as well. One of the windows has never closed all the way, but there's less than a finger space, so it's not a big deal. But May is freaking out about it, and Kathy has lost her cool as well. I'm still confused, so I ask what the heck's going on. May tells me that after I went up the hill, some weird person came out the woods and, quote, ran really funny up the hill in the direction I went. They got freaked out and turned the lights off and got in the car. They thought that he got me. I'm honestly scared at this point because if I hadn't stopped to wipe sap off my hands, I would have most likely got out of the tree at the time I heard the weird noise. I just knew it was a person. I tell them my story and everybody in the car is scared shitless. I'm relieved that Caleb's on his way. We only have to play a waiting game now. We sit on the road for what seems like forever. The dread we were feeling made time seem like it was going slower than normal. Kathy, May, and I are looking out all of the windows, surveying the area, and I'm just sitting there hoping Caleb will hurry the F up and come rescue us. Suddenly, I hear May whine, "Oh my God," and she starts crying. Kathy snaps her head to where May's looking and stifles a gasp. I look to where they're facing, and I see nothing but the dark. But through the small opening in the window, I hear swish, swish, swish. May ducks down as though that will make her invisible, and Kathy hides her head behind the steering wheel. I follow their lead and sort of hunch down in my seat, but the noise comes straight to my window. I can almost make out the silhouette of a tall, skinny man, and he presses his face against May's window. I finally see him. Nobody screams, though. You'd think we would, but it didn't happen. We all just stared at each other, and he looked at us for a while until Kathy switches her brights on, hoping it would scare him off. But it did nothing. The dude just walked in front of the car and stood in front of the headlights. Maybe he thought he could block us from leaving, I'm not quite sure. I couldn't make out his features very well, but the guy had to be somewhere a bit over 6 feet tall and no older than 30. He had the face of your average Joe. Nothing special, but nothing really sinister or particularly creepy that you'd notice. If you ran into him in the middle of broad daylight, you'd probably be fine and not even think about him. Dark shaved hair, pale skin, and long face. May said he had light-colored eyes and stubble with eyebrows that made him look like he was always concerned, but there's no way I could make that out, so I took her words for it. What was really weird was it was 80 degrees and this dude was wearing corduroys, which is what that sound was. Corduroys make a swishy sound when you walk, and an oversized sweater with abnormally long sleeves. The sleeves went over his hands and flopped back and forth as he paced around the geo. I'm not sure how long he was in front of the car, but it was a while. Then good old Corduroy starts doing something really bizarre. He bends his arms up toward his face, which I can only describe as looking like a praying mantis because of the way the sleeves are hanging, and he begins walking in circles around the car, rhythmically taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, like Willy Wonka but on speed or something. And that's when I noticed the swish sound matched up exactly to the same sound I heard when I was back at the tree. He was doing the 2 steps forward, 1 step back in the woods when he was going after me, as though this wasn't weird enough. By now, May was sobbing and Kathy seemed like she had to vomit, so I felt like I had to be the brave one. I looked at the slight space in the window, and when he orbited over there, I said, "Hey man, can you just stop? You're really freaking us out." Corduroy definitely heard me, so he zwished to a halt and looked back into the car through the windshield staring at me. I asked him very firmly to leave, and he took an extended pause, then Willy Wonka'd his way out of my line of vision into the darkness. After a while, Kathy said he disappeared in the woods, and May was like, "I can't believe that worked." We awkwardly laughed at what a weirdo he was, and we were glad that he left, and we went back to waiting for Caleb, somewhat reassured, but paranoid. But after some time, Kathy said, "Oh no, he's back." I couldn't see, but apparently he was doing the 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing parallel to us on the side of the road. And this time, he had a big tree branch he was holding with his sweater-covered hands. May got scared again, and I held her hand so she'd feel better about it, even though I was ready to shit myself. It was awful because I didn't know he was coming toward us, or if he was moving away from us, or what the hell he was up to. It was kind of like when you knew there was going to be a jump scare in a horror movie, you just didn't know when. I could then hear Corduroy swish back toward the Geo, and on my window, he smacks it with the tree branch. May and I panic as I scoot as close to her as possible. They see the dude back up into the woods and then come running and slamming the branch into the window like he's jousting with no horse. Thankfully, the window didn't break, but it got terrifying hearing swish, swish, clunk after a while. And he did this repetitively. Kathy perks up from her seat and starts pointing at the road ahead. "I see headlights," she yells. She starts blaring her horn and flashing her lights, and lo and behold, it is our savior, Caleb. He brought his older brother, Alex, and they both get out of the car and head over to us. May's sobs turn to joyous laughter as her brothers approach. Now, Caleb and Alex had always been tall guys. Walking around with them was like walking around with high elves. I felt very safe. Caleb was 6'8" and Alex is 6'5", but I thought 2 dudes taller than the Corduroy jouster would make him leave. But nope. Caleb walks toward Corduroy trying to assess the situation, and Alex comes over to the car and taps on the window, tells Kathy to get out, and she does and walks over to his car. He then comes back and puts the car in neutral and pushes it off the side of the road. May and I slowly get out, and May makes a bolt for her brother's car. I help Alex push the car to the side while Caleb distracts the Corduroy jouster by holding the end of his stick, telling him to f*** off. Corduroy yanks the branch away from Caleb and starts backing up, going 2 steps backward, 1 step forward, and disappears into the darkness down the street. I can't see him, but Caleb can. The dude backs up pretty far and then comes launching at Caleb, who sprints the other way down the road because that stick could really hurt him. He bumps past Alex, who's already gotten out of the Geo and was opening his car door, leaving me behind the Geo alone. Corduroy changed directions and aimed the stick at me. I really couldn't tell, but I just hear everybody shout Elizabeth. This startles me and I jump to the side of the Geo, hearing Corduroy smash a stick into the back window with a loud thud and a swish. I take the long way around the car and sprint off the road and feel Caleb grab my arm and tug me over to Alex's car. I feel like the wind has been knocked out of me and my legs don't seem to work, but Caleb manages to shove me in the back seat and scrambles into the passenger side. We are all now safely in his car, and Corduroy is standing there like a mantis in front of the headlights again. He has abandoned his stick and just stood there with no intentions to move. Caleb puts the car in reverse and slams the gas, making me knock my head against the door, then makes the sloppiest U-turn ever and nearly drives into the woods to get us back on the road. Everybody was in 100% what the mode as Alex tore away, far over whatever the speed limit was. May and Kathy swear they saw Corduroy chasing behind us after Alex made the U-turn, but there was no way he was catching up. The next day I went back with Caleb, Kathy, and the dude from the tow truck place. There was no sign of Corduroy, but as we approached the Geo, we saw that in the space in the window that didn't close all the way were my missing cigarettes. The box was missing, but they were all neatly jammed in a row along the window space. I have no doubt it was the work of the Corduroy jouster. To this day, I often wonder if he knew I was up in the tree and took my cigarettes, or if he thought I dropped them and went further into the woods to look for me, or if he just found them later and decided to stick them through the window, because he was f***ing weird. I also still wonder what the hell his intentions were. I still have so many unanswered questions. Author's note. Kathy got a new car that summer after she told her dad what happened. May wanted to go to the police, but we didn't know what the f*** to tell them. Some weirdo was smacking a stick on our car at night and put cigarettes in the window. The cops probably wouldn't believe a bunch of young people. They'd most likely assume we were on drugs or something. I was recently talking to Alex and May about this incident, and Alex urged me to write this out. May told me to shut up because she hates talking about this. I hope none of you are from northern Michigan. So Corduroy Jouster, let's not meet again. Hell's Waiting Room. During my early 20s, I worked as a meter reader in Iowa City, Iowa. A meter reader is the person who records how much electricity, gas, or water you've used each month. If your meters are on the inside and you want an accurate bill, a meter reader must enter your home, whether you're there or not. Edit. Just to clarify, we've only entered homes if consent was given when the customer first signed up for service. Customers also provided us with keys if necessary. Entering a home when the owner isn't present is something that I just never got used to. No matter how loudly I knocked, I never shook the uneasy feeling that I wasn't welcome. The inside of a home is the ultimate private place. A home's exterior is just an image of ourselves that we project to the rest of the world. But the further you venture inside, the closer you come to seeing truly what kind of person lives there. If you want the raw, unfiltered truth, head for the basement. I hate the basement. I've seen walls that look like giant static-filled TV screens until I realized it was roaches scurrying across a white background. Cobwebs so thick and dusty that it looked like a cotton candy machine exploded at the Spider County Fair. I've seen rats, snakes, feces, weapons, neglected children, abused pets, homeless squatters, massive hoarders, bizarre sexual items, makeshift meth lab, and even a coffin. There are rational explanations for all these things. Well, maybe not the coffin, but there was one basement where what I found was beyond the grasp of logic, and that's what made it so terrifying. It was an old apartment house. From the outside, it looked like every other house on the block. I entered the back door and found myself at the top of the staircase. I ran my hand along the wall until it grazed a light switch. I flipped the switch, but no lights turned on. I wasn't carrying a flashlight. The typical route involved 5 to 6 hours of walking, so I carried as little as possible. Oftentimes I used the light from my handheld screens, but it only illuminated whatever was about a foot or so in front of it. So armed with the world's worst lantern, I made my way down into the darkness. Once at the bottom, I blindly shuffled across the room, one baby step at a time, with arms outstretched and head down. I eventually reached the far side of the basement. I shined my dim light from my handheld along the wall and discovered 2 doors. Each door led to its own small room. I chose the door on the right and found the meters in the far corner. As I entered the reeds, I began hearing noises from the other room. Something was moving, and there was a whimpering that grew louder the longer I listened. I eventually realized it was a dog. It sounded weak and distressed. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. At this point, the dog was scratching the other side of the door. I felt so helpless. I reported it when I got back to the office, but I couldn't shake the thought of that dog, which struck me over the next month until it was time to return. So there I was, 1 month later, back within that basement. At least this time I knew where the meters were located. I shuffled back to the little room on the right while keeping my ears open for any sound coming from the other room. This time I heard nothing. I read the meters and started making my way back, but I couldn't shake the memory of the dog. Was it still trapped inside that room? My curiosity got the best of me, so I stood outside the door for a few moments, listening. Still nothing. That's when I made a huge mistake. I tried to open the door. I had no more than jiggled the door handle when I first heard it. Screams. Blood-curdling screams unlike anything I ever heard. Sounds I didn't think a human was capable of producing. Short, piercing, high-pitched shrieks followed abruptly by a low, drawn-out, guttural moan that ultimately morphed into something I can only describe as crying, but much louder. It was all over the place, like some sort of psychotic freeform jazz. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance. I shouted something like, "Hello? Who's in there?" There was no response, just screams. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Still no response, just screams. There was no doubt that I yelled loud enough for them to hear me. He didn't want help, he wanted me gone. I fumbled my way through the darkened room toward the exit. When I reached the top of the stairs, I stood there listening, trying to wrap my mind about what I was hearing. I waited for the screaming to stop, but it never did. When I finally left, it was still as loud and demented as it began. I felt relieved, but that vanished quickly when I realized I'd have to do it all over again next month. I reported what I had heard, but nothing came of it. As my return drew nearer, a sense of dread grew inside of me. What kind of lunatic sits alone in total darkness and silence? My mind created endless explanations for what kind of hell laid beyond that door. By the time I returned, I built him up in my mind so much that nobody other than the devil himself would have been in that room. But there was no sign of him the next month, or even the next several months. I had nearly given up on solving the mystery when a stroke of luck pulled me back in. One night I went to a concert with my friend Laura. After the show, I gave her a ride home. She moved somewhat recently and gave me directions. I didn't pay much attention to where she was leading me until she pointed to a house ways up the street. I couldn't believe it, but she had moved to the house with the mysterious basement. "This sounds weird, but have you noticed anything odd about the basement?" At this, I began to ask, but before I could finish their sentence, she blurted out, "A crazy guy lives down there." Finally, I had confirmation. She wanted to tell me that even though her apartment was in the attic, she often heard him yelling late at night. But that wasn't all. She had actually met him. One day, while walking to her car, she saw him standing on the lawn. He stood perfectly still with no expression on his face. He was directly in her path, so she cautiously made her way around him. She noticed he was staring at her, so she offered a friendly hi as she passed. No reaction, except for one unsettling exception. He stuck out his tongue, then quickly sucked it back into his mouth and resumed acting like a statue. Thoroughly creeped out, she got in her car and drove away. 2 to 3 months later, I finally met him myself. I entered the back door like I had so many months before. This time something was different. There was a light on in the basement. I peered down the staircase, and at the bottom a ragged-looking dog was staring back at me. It was the same dog I heard during my first visit. Then I noticed something else. See a pair of bare feet. The ceiling blocked my view of what the rest was standing down there, but it didn't matter. I knew it was him. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I knew this probably didn't make sense, but at that point my desire to finally get some answers outweighed my fear, so I shakily called out, "Meter reader," and started my descent. As I made my way down, more of him was revealed. He looked to be middle-aged, his head was shaved, and his eyes were wild. He was wearing pants but no shirt. What I remember most about him was how lean and sinewy his body looked. It was the look of a body that was never at rest. I explained who I was and what I was doing there. To my surprise, not only did he talk to me, but he actually sounded somewhat normal. The volume and pitch of his voice was odd, but he said the same sort of things that people typically said to meter readers. I even started to doubt whether or not he was the same man I heard screaming, but his behavior slowly started to remove all doubt. As I read the meters, he rapidly paced back and forth. He was constantly wringing his hands together and spastically cocking his head from side to side. The longer he talked, the more agitated he became. He began grimacing, and little verbal tics started popping up in his speech. Every so often, he'd blurt out a loud "oh" in the middle of sentences. He was trying to suppress these sounds, but he was losing the battle. I started to make my way to the exit, and he followed. His verbal outbursts grew louder and more frequent. I was petrified. When I reached the stairs, I drew our conversation to an end, and I said goodbye. As I turned the head up the staircase, he could no longer hold it in. Screams. The same unforgettable screams I'd heard coming from behind the locked door. I ran up the stairs as fast as my leg would carry me, flung the door open, and rushed back into the daylight. A month or two later, I had a couple of friends, including Laura, over at my place. I was excited to tell her about my encounter, but as I was relaying what happened, I could tell something else was on her mind. I finished telling her my story, and she told me about something she'd seen a couple weeks earlier. One day, she noticed flashlights outside of her window. She looked outside just in time to see police officers placing the man from the basement in the backseat of a squad car. She later found out from another tenant that he had attacked somebody with a knife. This was the last we ever saw of him, and I don't know what happened to the man in the basement, but I'd like to think he got whatever help he needed. But maybe that's because I'd rather not think about the alternative. So, strange yelling man in the basement, let's not meet again. The man in the brush. To give some explanation and background knowledge for this whole encounter, I was around 15 at the time this occurred. I was camping out in the middle of nowhere with my family and part of my extended family, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins. I was the oldest kid there in the RV, so you can probably understand how it felt to have nobody else to do the stupid crap I did back then with. With a good 2-year age gap between me and the inferiors, it almost felt like nirvana when I got to the campground and met other teenagers. These were all people we knew fairly well from our previous camping trips, so it was considered normal to hit it off with them from the start and act like we've known each other forever within the first hour. Now to the story. My parents trusted me a lot, not a lie. I like the fun, but I like getting home in time for dinner equally as much. So when I was gone most of the day, the other people from the camp, they didn't think much about it. The only rule was that I had to be back at the RV to eat dinner, and before 8:30 in the evening. So picture this, group of 6 teenagers, all 15 to 16, out in the middle of the woods with no adult supervision for the vast majority of the day. Just a recipe for success there. But on this particular day, we found a neat little deer trail that we hadn't found in the 2 years we'd been there before. On second thought though, it didn't really seem like a deer trail. It snaked through a really thick part of the underbrush, maybe a foot of clear ground, 3.5 feet clear of branches going upward. It's really hard to pick it up out of the brush unless you're really looking for it, you know where you're going. It was promptly explored, marked with a broken branch outside the entrance, and quickly forgotten. Except I remembered that special little tunnel. That night, while we were all eating dinner, one of the adults proposed we play manhunt out in the woods at night. Not everybody was totally on board of the idea, but in the grand scheme of the plan, they were all squashed down like autumn leaves. Everybody got a flashlight and was assigned to a team. For those of you who aren't sure what manhunt is, here's an explanation. Everybody playing is given a flashlight and they're divided into 2 groups. It's basically glorified flashlight tag, but here's the catch. As you catch people, you have to correctly identify who they are, and if you can, they join forces with the hunters. The last man standing gets a candy bar or something, whatever's being offered as a prize. That's how we always played anyway. For the first round, I lumped in with the runners, those who were getting chased by the hunters. You got a 5-minute head start to run, climb a tree, whatever the hell you want to do to invade the hunters. Usually, I'm the one up in the tree, but that never really worked out as a winning spot. So to try to score a win for once, I decided to play the cat and use one surefire method of escape. And the hiding spot was the rude little path through the thicket. It took most of the head start time to find the damn thing because it was so well hidden and out of the way. As I passed hiding spots, I heard hushed, smothered whispers between siblings who were questioning my actions like a bird's wings rustling when it's fluffing itself. It should be noticed that I have bat hearing. My ears are possibly my greatest asset in the game, but when I'm just reaching the destination, I heard the short blast of an air horn announcing that the 5 minutes are up. I swan dove into this minute little path in the undergrowth, shuffling on my hands and knees until I'm about halfway in, crouching down like some huge malformed quail. The hunters are doing their initial sweep through the trails, looking for obvious hiders and people caught out trying to change spots. when they finally reach me. They reach the dead end and go straight back. I try to readjust myself and crawl further down the tunnel. I honestly don't know how it happened, but I found an even more hidden path within that one. And accidentally, I dragged my stupid body down the rabbit hole. Except, instead of ending in a dead end, this one ended in a slight hollow. I don't ever want to describe exactly what I found there. I'm sorry, I just can't. It was a younger looking woman, naked, covered in lacerations and stab wounds in the fetal position. Her glassy, glazed eyes seemed to look straight through me, and I won't go any farther than that. I was too scared to scream, and I froze there while dark burgundy stains formed on my jeans. I froze there in a pseudo-catatonic position like a marble carving for what felt like hours. And then I heard somebody else coming down that path. Have you ever been so scared that for one moment, one insane moment, you truly consider something incredibly stupid as a viable option to escape? That was one of those times. I let out a short, trembling whisper and started moving. Whoever was on the path stopped and then eagerly started moving forward again. I could hear their panting, uneven breaths of a man, a horrible marker of whoever or whatever it was getting closer and closer to me by the second. By some wondrous, beautiful miracle, he missed the path leading to the brushy hollow. I heard him moving down past the entrance, dragging something clunky and awkward behind him. I heard crinkling noises in the occasional effort to silence the small, sharp noises. I heard a low curse somewhere toward the end of the tunnel, and it blasted out of the undergrowth like a bullet forcing its way out of a barrel. Cracks, crashes, and obnoxious rustling was all around me as I heard the man sharply inhale and began moving toward me. The hoarse, deep panting was getting closer and closer to me. As a testament to how I was too slow at exiting, somehow I exploded at the entrance and got on the wobbly, half-asleep legs and started booking it down the trail. The unknown pursuer was behind me for a bit, but seemed like he was too exhausted to chase me for long at the same speed. I know everybody loves to rip on the fact that people always trip in horror movies, but in all honesty, tripping is something I am amazed I didn't do. With adrenaline coursing through me at the speed of Usain Bolt, trying to make my jello-like unsteady walking appendages work to move me away from whatever was behind me was like trying to run on water. It felt like eternity, but I finally reached the main trail, running back to the camp and sprinted down it, screaming bloody murder. Confused faces looked out from the trees, and I think somebody called out after me. Reaching the camp was easy, but trying to explain why I woke up half the people in the camp and bolted out of the woods at breakneck speed was harder. When I finally choked the words out, I remember a profound, insidious silence throughout the group of adults waiting at the mouth of the trail. I don't remember a whole lot from that point on. I know the cops were called, and my mother and aunt ran shrieking and wailing along the trail, calling the other kids to come back to safety. If someone's yelling like that, you don't ignore it. They rounded up everybody in 30 seconds flat and barreled back into the camp. The police found a man out in the woods creeping along the trail, clutching a knife. A black garbage bag with a plethora of sharp instruments and a saw was found abandoned on the trail, some speckled and smeared with dried blood. I don't think there's really any getting over it. I still have nightmares sometimes of the man chasing me, breathing heavily down the back of my neck, trying to catch me. Sometimes he succeeds. I'm not gonna lie. That is probably one of the most haunting stories I have ever read on this channel. And I really don't know how to transition into the next thing, because I'm kind of geeked out right now. I got goosebumps. So we're gonna get into the last story. If you're still here, hopefully you are, because that was terrifying. One decision. When I was a teenager, I was goth. Black hair, black clothes, black makeup, even had a pair of combat boots. My friends and I, in typical goth fashion, hung out at the local cemetery. We started going as a joke, but soon discovered we liked the peace we found there. That all changed one night. My friend called to see if I wanted to hang out, and I did. None of our other friends were available. They're either working or recovering from partying the night before, so we were on our own. My friend picked me up and we drove up to the cemetery. We were hanging out, smoking cigs, and BSing about the latest issue she was having with her boyfriend when we noticed at the top of the hill we were on, about 100 feet away, a bonfire had been lit. You have to understand that this cemetery is about a block off a campus of a major university, so it's not uncommon for college students to go there to party. My friend and I sighed, knowing that we would have to get going soon. It was illegal to be in the cemetery after dark, and we knew the police would show up because some jerks decided that they needed a bonfire. We decided to finish our cigarettes and take off. Just then, the most horrible stench came wafting down the hill from the direction of the bonfire. My friend gagged and covered her mouth. I groaned and said, "What the hell?" My friend shook her head and said, "I don't know what they're doing, let's just leave." We get in the car and one of us suggested, I don't honestly remember who, maybe we should go up there and see what they're doing. My stomach turned and a cold shiver went through my body. My friend must have had the same feeling because at the same time we both said no, we should leave. My friend turned the car on, switched on her headlights and put the car in reverse and looked over her shoulder before backing up. I was still looking up the hill when a figure stepped in front of the bonfire. I could only see a silhouette, but I was sure whoever it was watching us. A feeling of terror hit me and I said, "Go, go, go, go," getting louder and more panicked with each word. My friend looked back up the hill for a second, just as the figure took a step toward us. She slammed on the gas and peeled out and reversed down the hill. She rammed the geared shift in the drive and we were out. We didn't say anything for a while until she said, "What the hell were they burning?" I shook my head. I don't know, I'm not sure. She dropped me off at home and I went to bed. The next morning, I woke up and went to the kitchen. My mom was there drinking her morning coffee and I joined her. We talked about her job for a bit and then she suddenly comes out with, "Did you hear what happened last night?" I shrug and say no, I'd just gotten up, but she tells me a woman she worked with was kidnapped from the parking garage. "Oh my God," I say, "did they find her?" "Yes. But it was too late," she replied. "Whoever took her had sexually assaulted and murdered her. They found her this morning in the cemetery and they had tried to dispose of her body in a bonfire." I froze. My brain was going a mile a minute. The realization slowly creeping up on me. That's what that smell was. Needless to say, I never hung out in the cemetery at night again. I think back to our decision to leave instead of investigating the fire. That one decision could have changed everything. Dark silhouette in the bonfire? Let's not meet. Evil doesn't always lurk in the shadows. Sometimes it's standing right beside you, watching, waiting. These stories remind us that danger can appear when we least expect it, and that one wrong turn, one wrong decision can change everything. If you've ever spent time in the Appalachian Mountains, not the scenic overlooks or the Instagram trails, but the real mountains where you don't go out after 5 p.m., you've probably heard stories. Stories about things that live out there. People, maybe, but not people like you or me. These are things. And this is one of those stories. And it comes from somebody I trust more than just about anybody. My grandfather. In early January of this year, I drove my grandfather back into a small rural town in eastern Tennessee, the one he grew up in. He hadn't been there in decades, but after the damage from Hurricane Helene, he wanted to check on what was left of his childhood home. A tiny farmhouse about 20 minutes east of town, nestled in the foothills near a place called Hall Mountain. We spent a few days there. At night, sitting around the fire, he started telling me stories. Not just about the storm or the old house, but about his childhood. Appalachia in the 1950s. A world that feels like ancient history now. Most of the stories were simple and warm, until he told this one. It happened in February of 1954, a few weeks before he turned 12. Their little farmhouse had been losing chickens. 7 or 8 in just a few weeks. Coyotes, they figured, maybe a fox, It wasn't the first time an animal had gone missing, but this time it was different. One night during a heavy snowstorm, the family was jolted awake by the sound of chaos in the chicken coop. Wings flapping, high-pitched screeches, the kind of sound that you can't just sleep through. My grandfather and his father, Paul, bolted outside. Paul carried a rifle, and my grandfather, being just a kid, he had a pellet gun. And they thought they'd find a coyote. Instead, they saw something else. Standing under the barn light, just barely lit in the haze of snowfall, was what my grandfather described as, quote, the nastiest, most foul-looking human-type creature you could imagine. It was nearly naked, covered in dirt, skin gray and mottled from the cold. A shredded bear pelt was slung over its shoulders, and in its mouth, it was a dead chicken. Paul raised his rifle and fired, and the creature screamed, a human scream, and bolted across the field, first upright, and then it dropped on all fours and vanished into the tree line. Paul stayed outside the rest of the night, rifle in hand, pacing the porch. The next morning, my grandfather came into the kitchen to find Paul on the phone. He didn't say much, just nodded. Then he told my grandfather to sit down. Your uncle and your cousins are on their way. We're going to track that thing. He left a blood trail down into the holler. By 12:30, they were geared up and heading into the woods. Paul, his brother Peter, my grandfather, and his cousin Samuel. They followed the trail in silence for nearly an hour, deeper into the snow-covered forest, into land that didn't feel like it belonged to anybody. Eventually, the trail led to a wide patch of blood, as if something had collapsed there. And then they saw it. Drag marks. Something had pulled the body deeper into the woods. And along the drag marks were bare human footprints, multiple sets. They followed the prints to a narrow frozen creek. Just beyond it, tucked under a massive rock overhang, was a cave, 20 feet across and tall enough to stand in. The bloody trail led straight to it. Paul and Peter told the boys to hide behind a boulder, and if they weren't back in 5 minutes, they were to run home and call the sheriff. My grandfather said that 5 minutes felt like forever, but then a voice. His uncle's. The two men stepped out of the cave, pale, silent, haunted. They barely spoke the entire hike back. Back at the farmhouse, Peter and Samuel left without a word. They just drove off. Paul sat my grandfather down at the kitchen table and told him what he saw. We saw people. Not like us. Not like anybody you've ever known. Wild people. They live in that cave deep in the mountain. They didn't attack us, but they were watching. One of them had died. They were burying him, the one I shot. We ain't welcome there. Tommy, don't you ever go across that creek. Everything past it, it belongs to them things. My grandfather said that was the only time his father spoke of what they saw in that cave. He never went back, and neither did my grandfather. I know the idea of feral people gets tossed around online a lot, and most of the time I don't buy it. But the way my grandfather told this story, the look in his eyes, the way his voice dropped during certain parts, I believe he believes it. I believe he watched his father shoot something human, and that they stumbled across something they weren't supposed to see. Whatever lived in that cave, it was real. And if you ever find yourself near Hall Mountain in the snow and you come across a creek, don't cross it, because everything on the other side isn't yours. Welcome to the other side, where the dead don't sleep, the woods whisper back, and tonight's tales crawl straight out of the hills and hollers of Kentucky. These aren't just spooky stories. These are ones I grew up hearing when I was a kid, stories passed around bonfires, told in hushed tones on front porches, and shared after dark when the wind made the trees knock just a little too hard against the windows at night. So lock your doors, grab a drink, turn down the lights, and settle in as we walk through some of the creepiest Kentucky horror folklore I've ever known. Also, I'm working my way toward 100,000 subscribers, and I'd love for you to be along for the ride. Because let's be honest, I would punch a daggum baby to get a YouTube play button before I die. If you like this kind of content, strange disappearances, local legends, eerie old stories that stick with you, hit subscribe on YouTube or leave a 5-star rating and review on Spotify or Apple Podcast. It truly helps and I appreciate the hell out of it. Now, let's take a walk into the dark. The Old Man and the Flowers. If you ever find yourself deep in Jefferson County, Kentucky, particularly near the edge of one forgotten stretch of woods lined with rotten horse fences and ivy-covered mansions, don't go looking for the one with the crooked wrought iron gate, especially not during a full moon. But if you do, whatever you do, don't touch the flowers. In the early 1990s, a local Boy Scout troop in Jefferson County, just outside of Louisville, had a habit of camping in odd places. The troop leader was a history buff and often brought the boys near historic grounds. Old battlegrounds, abandoned plantations, Civil War cemeteries, you get it. But one weekend, they pitched tents in the woods near an infamous decaying estate everyone in the area called the Widow's Place. Locals said the house was cursed. Its final occupant, an old man, had lived alone for decades after his wife had died under unusual circumstances. Some say he went mad, others claim he made a deal with something beneath the soil. Now, here's where that tale gets creepy. The boys had heard a legend. Every full moon, the old man would shuffle from his crumbling house to the overgrown family plot behind it and place fresh wildflowers on his wife's grave. If he did this, as the story goes, her ghost would rise up and kiss him, and that was the only thing keeping the old man alive. And if he ever stopped and he didn't deliver those flowers, he would die within the hour. Naturally, being dumb teenage boys, they wanted to see if it was true. That night, when the moon was at its brightest, the 4 scouts snuck away from their tents, down a path only lit by moonlight. Sure enough, they saw movement through the trees. A hunched figure. Thin, slow, bent like he was carrying the weight of the world. He walked barefoot to a moss-covered headstone. He placed a bundle of wildflowers at the base and whispered something that sent chills down the boy's spine. Suddenly, the air changed. Cold, heavy. Then one of the boys screamed. 3 of them bolted in terror, but one stayed. His name was Mark, and he crouched behind a tree, watching everything unfold. What happened next, though, should not have been possible. The ground stirred. Something pale and clawed pushed through the soil, and a figure, skeletal but elegant, rose halfway from the grave. It leaned forward and kissed the old man. Mark had seen enough, but before running, he did something that would seal his fate. He wanted to bring proof, so he snatched the wildflowers from the grave. He sprinted back to camp and dove into his sleeping bag, hiding the flowers beneath his pillow. Minutes passed, then the flaps of their tents rustled. A figure stood outside, silhouetted by the moonlight, and he was holding something shiny. It was the old man. He didn't say a word at first. He just stood there, knife in hand, looking at each of the 4 boys. His face was blank, but his eyes, they were full of rage. And then he spoke. "He who shakes tonight with fear will die here." He moved from boy to boy, staring down at them, waiting for a twitch, a gasp, a tremble. Finally, he hovered over Mark, the boy who stole his wife's flowers. Mark cracked. He flinched, and the old man lunged. Mark let out a scream as the blade tore down his back, and he died before the morning. And the old man, he vanished. Nobody has seen him since. But from that day on, anytime someone left flowers at that grave, they never stayed overnight. Something would always take them back. The roommate's warning. There's a stretch of campus in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Maybe you've walked it, maybe you've just heard about it, but if you ever find yourself alone there at night and you hear someone breathing right behind you, do not run. Do not turn around. And above all else, don't ignore your roommate's last words. Back in the early 2000s at a small university in Bowling Green, Kentucky, there were 2 girls, best friends, roommates. We'll call them Sarah and Jenny. They lived on the 2nd floor of an old red brick dorm near the edge of campus, close to a wooded area that students rarely walk through, especially at night. One weekend in October, the school threw a huge fall dance. Everyone went. Sarah and Jenny showed up early, dressed to the nines, full of excitement, hoping to meet guys, maybe drink a little, and just blow off steam from midterms. A couple hours in, Jenny started to feel off. She was dizzy, she was nauseous, she just didn't feel good. She felt like she was coming down with something. She didn't want to kill Sarah's fun, so she told her, "I'll just walk back alone, you stay, I'll text when I get in." Sarah hesitated because there had been rumors, whispers, that someone had recently escaped from a nearby psychiatric facility. But it sounded like the usual campus urban legend stuff, so Jenny brushed it off. She slipped out of the gym, heels in hand, and made her way down the tree-lined shortcut that ran between the dorm buildings. The woods weren't huge, just a patch of trees between 2 roads. But at night, it felt like a different world. Halfway through, she heard something. A breath. Heavy, raspy, and way too close for comfort. She didn't turn around. She told herself it was just in her head, but the breathing got louder. It got closer, and it sounded wet. She sped up, and so did it. By the time she broke through the woods and reached the first steps of her dorm, she was full on sprinting. But the breathing, it was still right there, still right behind her. Jenny slammed through the front door, up the stairs 2 at a time, and into her room. She locked it, waited. She was silent, and everything was still. Until the doorknob jiggled. She ran into the closet and shut herself inside. There was a pause, and then the door to the room opened. Jenny didn't move. She held her breath. And that's when she heard the scrape. Something sliding across the floor. Getting closer and closer and closer. And then it stopped. From the inside of the closet, Jenny screamed. But that's not where her story ends. It's worse from here. When a dorm counselor heard the scream, she busted into the room. They found a body. But it wasn't Jenny. It was Sarah. Throat slit, kneeling outside the closet door as if she had been protecting it. You see, Sarah had left the party early. Something, maybe instinct, maybe fear, made her follow Jenny home, through the woods and into the darkness. But whatever had been stalking Jenny had gotten to Sarah instead. The last thing Jenny ever heard was her best friend's final breath, keeping the monster away until help came. To this day, that room is kept empty, but students report hearing a voice whisper, "Don't turn around." Old Red Eye. There's a patch of woods just south of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, where the trees just don't grow right. The bark twists like it's recoiling from something. The air smells faintly acidic, even on clear days, and sometimes drivers report seeing a red light moving between the trees. But if you ever see that light, do not stop, do not investigate, and for the love of God, don't look it in the eye. In the late 1980s, a small chemical disposal company, the kind that didn't ask too many questions, set up operations just outside a nowhere Kentucky town. The workers were mostly local boys that needed a paycheck, including a guy named Travis. Travis was 22, worked hard, kept his head down. His job was simple: haul chemical waste out to a government-approved dump site in the woods, unload it, and leave. Except this dump site, it wasn't approved by anybody. It was a forgotten gully at the bottom of an old strip mine, surrounded by barbed wire and keep-out signs that nobody enforced. For over a year, Travis made those runs. Barrels full of broken lab glass, glowing liquids, twitchy things sealed in bags, and he never asked questions because the pay was good. For over a year, Travis made those runs, until one summer day, a new hire showed up, fresh out of high school, friend of a friend, and Travis was told to train him. They loaded the truck up and drove out to the pit, backed up to the edge like they always did, and Travis hopped out, unlatched the barrels, and began dumping sludge into the chemical stew below. Then, slip. He fell in. The pit wasn't just deep, it was alive. The new guy watched in horror. Travis thrashed in the muck. The chemicals began to bubble and hiss and churn violently. Shards of glass, broken electronics, metal fragments, all of them were spinning around them. And then they started coming together. Something was forming in the pit. The sludge had pulled itself into a shape. Vaguely human, but massive. Nearly 10 feet tall. Its skin was a mottled together mixture of metal and rubber. Its limbs were jagged with wire and bone, and its face, if you could call it that, was a melted mask of glass and teeth. But the worst part? It had one eye, a glowing red lens embedded in its head, surrounded by jagged bolts, fused plastic, and that eye, it locked onto the kid. He bolted. He ran back to the truck, and he heard a wet, metallic growl. The creature, now fully upright, pulled itself from the pit, gouging at the rocks, absorbing chemical sludge, and growing larger. The boy floored the gas, and looked back only once. and he saw old Red Eye standing in the middle of the road, watching him disappear. The company said nothing. No obituary, no investigation, just told the new kid to shut up and never come back. But over the years, people started disappearing. Fishermen, campers, hikers, always near the same part of the woods. And the only evidence ever seen? Strange red lights blinking through the trees, sometimes pulsing, sometimes moving. Locals say old Red Eyes still roam those woods, feeding on chemical waste, growing stronger. And if you ever drive past those hills at night and your headlights catch a single red light between the trees, don't look back. My Haunted Apartment. In the heart of Bowling Green, Kentucky, there's a stretch of student housing built in the late 70s. Brick exterior, thin walls, really nothing fancy. But one particular unit, upstairs, third from the left, never held tenants for more than a semester. Most leave without explaining why. But years ago, 4 college girls lived there, and they experienced something that can't be explained. This story comes from a girl we'll call Kayla. She was a student at Western Kentucky University. Kayla shared the off-campus apartment with 3 roommates, Nikki, Joanne, and Melissa. They were close, laughed a lot, normal stuff, but the apartment wasn't quite normal. The first sign came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. Kayla and Nikki had been out doing laundry a few blocks away. The other girls were still at work, and they pulled into the apartment, but something felt off. The second floor bathroom light was on. Now, this might sound trivial, but that light was never on. The bathroom had a sticking switch and a door that stayed shut unless somebody physically propped it open. But today, it was lit like somebody was in there. They unlocked the front door, stepped inside, then they realized the bathroom light was suddenly off. The door was shut. Kayla called out for Joanne and Melissa, and they heard nothing. The apartment was empty. Later that night, the other girls came home. Joanne walked in the living room and stopped. The throw blanket that was her grandmother's, the one she always folded and kept on the living room chair, it was gone. They tore the place apart. No blanket, not under the couch, not in a laundry basket. It had simply vanished. Until bedtime. Joanne walked into her room, and there, folded neatly at the foot of her bed, was the blanket. She hadn't put it there. She hadn't put it there. Neither had any of the other people. After that, activity ramped up. Doors locking on their own, heavy footsteps in the hallway when everybody was asleep, objects moving rooms without anybody touching them, and that feeling like someone was watching you, especially in the kitchen. But the worst part of it? The whispers. Soft, childlike, heard when the apartment was empty except for one person. Just barely audible, like somebody was humming a tune that they didn't want you to hear. Then Kayla decided to try something dangerous. She pulled out a Ouija board. Now, she didn't believe in it, it was just for fun, but the moment she asked if anybody was there, the planchette moved without her touching it. She asked how many of you were here. It spelled out F-O-U-R 4. Then it spelled out B-O-Y. Boy. The board told her there were 4 spirits in the apartment, and one of them, a little boy, said he liked Joanne. When she asked why, it spelled T-E-A-C-H-E-R. Joanne was studying education to become a teacher. After that session, things got personal. Footsteps turned into bangs, the doors didn't just lock, they slammed, and the little boy, he started whispering Joanne's name. At night, but not in her dreams, directly into her ear. They never finished the lease. The girls broke their contract, packed their things, and left in the middle of the semester. The landlord said it wasn't the first time, but he wouldn't say more. To this day, that unit rarely stays rented. Lights flicker, things go missing, and when the hallways are quiet, you may just hear a small voice whispering, "Joanne." Gotcha. In rural Kentucky, there's an old rule. Never mess with the dead. You don't walk over graves, you don't take from cemeteries, and you never ever disturb family plots. But years ago, a little boy did something unthinkable, all for some candy. And what followed? Well, that's something people in town still whisper about. This story takes place in the Appalachian foothills of southeastern Kentucky, in a small town that's small enough that everybody knows when somebody gets a haircut. Back in the late 70s, there was a boy named Billy. He was about 8, wild as a fox, mouth always stained with candy. The kind of kid who knew how to sneak into abandoned barns and climb to the top of grain silos without getting caught. One day, Billy's mom gave him $5, which was a lot of money back then, and told him to go to the corner store and pick up some liver for dinner. She was making stew. Billy said, "Okay," but when he got to the store, he saw a giant roll of penny candy, and his eyes lit up. And like any kid, he made a choice: candy over chores. He bought the sweets, chewed a whole jawbreaker before he was out the door, and then he realized he had a problem. He couldn't go home empty-handed. That's when he got an idea. Just up the road was a small, overgrown cemetery, mostly his own relatives, and one of them, Aunt May, had just been buried a few weeks before. So Billy snuck into the graveyard, found her marker, and somehow dug her up. He didn't take anything from her pockets. He didn't steal her jewelry. He did cut out her liver, and he took it home. That night, his mom served it up, seasoned and fried in onions, and she complimented him on the quality and told him, "This is the best liver I've had in years. You did a great job." And Billy? Well, Billy just smiled. A few days later, the same thing. His mom gives him $5. He buys more candy. This time he digs up Uncle Roy. By the third trip, he's digging up his grandfather. Each time, the stew tastes better and better. His mom calls him her little grocery man. But then, things change. One night, just after midnight, Billy's laying in bed, stomach full, sugar crash hitting hard, when he hears something. A voice, low, guttural, outside the house. "Billy, I'm on the first step. I'm on the second step. I'm coming, Billy." Billy sits up. The room is freezing cold and he can see his breath in front of him. "I'm on the third step. Fourth step. I'm climbing up, Billy." It's getting closer. It's inside the house. Fifth step. Sixth step. 7th step. I'm right outside your door, Billy. Billy starts screaming for his mom, but no sounds come out. 8th step. 9th step. Billy, I'm in your room. I'm beside your bed, Billy. The last thing Billy sees is a pale, rotting figure, one eye dangling, mouth twisted, stomach torn open, and it leans over him and screams, "Now I gotcha!" The next morning, Billy's bed was empty. They found his shoes on the floor, and his blanket was still warm. But Billy was gone. And in the family graves, each one of them was reburied, livers still intact. Molly's gonna grab ya. In the Appalachian part of Kentucky, you'll find old homes with sealed off attics, not because of structural damage or termites, but because of what happened up there. One attic sits above a farmhouse outside of Hazard, Kentucky. For decades, kids in the area dared each other to peek through the attic windows. Most don't, but the few that did, they saw her. Some say they felt her, but every single one hears the same thing. Gotcha. This story comes from a woman named Nancy, who grew up in Breathitt County. Her grandmother lived in an ancient creaky house with a sharply pitched roof, a hand-dug cellar, and most importantly, an attic that nobody was allowed to go in. Now, according to Nancy's grandmother, the attic was Molly's place. Now, Molly wasn't family. She wasn't even alive anymore. She had lived in the house decades earlier during the Great Depression. Back then, she was just a little girl. Brown hair, brown eyes, clever as anything, but always getting into trouble. She would spend hours in the attic, playing pretend, crawling through trunks, talking to imaginary friends. She'd read old books that nobody else touched, and just lived her best life up there. She was bold, curious, but one day she was too curious. At the back of the attic, there was a strange little window set into the wall. Not one that looked outside, but one that peered into a tiny sealed-off storage room. It had a curtain covering it, like something behind it didn't want to be seen. Nobody knew who built the room, or why, but one day, Molly decided to go in. She pulled the curtain back, hoisted herself through the narrow opening, and landed inside the dust-choked, pitch-black chamber. She took a few steps, but then she heard the window slam shut behind her. Then, click. The lock had turned. She was trapped. Molly screamed. She pounded on the walls. She clawed on the floors, but nobody came. Days passed. Weeks passed. She was a child, alone, starving in total darkness. At some point, she tried to eat a roach she found crawling on the floor. It didn't help. And when she finally died, nobody knew. Her family thought she had run away. It wasn't until years later, when new owners were renovating the attic, that they opened the sealed room and found her tiny bones curled up by that door. After that, strange things started to happen. People would hear tapping inside the walls. Doors would creak open by themselves. Cold air would leak from attic windows even when it was sealed shut. And the worst part? Sometimes, when somebody walked past the attic, even today, a pale, bony hand will reach out from that small window and grab them. Hard. If you're close enough, you'll hear her whisper, "I gotcha, I gotcha." They say it's not out of anger. It's out of desperation. Because Molly is still hungry. The Bouncing Head. Somewhere between Lexington and the Appalachian foothills, you'll find old apple orchards with no names. Just rows of gnarled trees and half-buried fence posts. But one of these orchards hides a dark history, and if you ever find yourself parked on a quiet Kentucky back road at night, you might hear something tapping on your car roof. Don't get out though, because it might already be too late. This happened to a couple, let's call them Tara and Michael, who lived in the bluegrass region of Kentucky. They had been dating for a few months, and on a chilly fall night in 1983, they decided to go for a drive. It was one of those aimless romantic nights, going down winding country roads, having the music on low, and the windows cracked just enough to smell the cold. Eventually, they realized they're almost out of gas. Michael saw a hand-painted sign for an apple orchard and said, "There's gotta be a farmhouse up ahead. I'll go ask if they have a gas can." So he pulled the car off the road near the edge of the orchard. The trees were skeletal and swaying in the wind. There was no lights on anywhere, just dark Kentucky woods. He told Tara to stay in the car and lock the doors just in case. She agreed, pulled her jacket tight, and watched him disappear down the trail toward the farmhouse. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Tara started to get nervous. And then she heard it. Thump, 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 right on top of the car. She jumped, but she told herself it was just a branch or maybe apples falling. The trees were old after all. Thump, thump. Again, it was louder this time. She didn't want to move. She didn't want to look around. She just stared straight ahead, eyes wide, trying to control her breathing. Thump, thump, thump. Now it was rhythmic, like someone or something was bouncing on the roof. She stayed put, locked in, and frozen with fear. Eventually, blue lights appeared behind her, a sheriff's cruiser. The deputy stepped out and approached the door slowly and told her calmly, but urgently, not to turn around. He opened the door for her and helped her out of the car and led her toward the cruiser without looking back. Once she was inside the patrol car, the deputy said, "Ma'am, you need to prepare yourself." Michael had made it to the farmhouse. He had called for help. But on his way back through the orchard, he had been ambushed by someone or something hidden among the trees. By the time the police had arrived, Michael had been dead for hours. His headless body was found hanging from a tree limb just above the car. And the sound Tara had been hearing was her boyfriend's severed head being bounced off the roof of the car over and over again. To this day, no one knows who did it and why. But if you're ever near an orchard on a cold Kentucky night and you hear something tapping on your car roof, don't look up. The Golden Arm. In the mountains of eastern Kentucky, there's a particular kind of ghost story. Not one just about revenge, but one about justice. It's said if you steal from the dead, they'll come for you. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter why. And years ago, a man from Wolfe County learned this the hard way. His wife had a secret, and when he took it from her, she came back to get it. This story comes from deep in the Kentucky hills in a tiny cabin settled under the shadow of a cliffside overhang. The couple who lived there had been married for decades, but by all accounts, They weren't happy. They had grown bitter with age. He was cold, she was sharp-tongued. They barely spoke, but they shared a dark secret that everybody in the town whispered about. The woman, whose name is long lost to time, had an arm made entirely out of gold. No one knew how she got it. Some say it was a gift from a traveling doctor. Others claim she made a deal with a witch who turned her missing limb into a treasure. But one thing was clear, that golden arm was worth a fortune, and her husband knew it. One morning, after an especially bitter fight, the man walked into town alone. When he came back that evening, though, his wife was dead. He said it was natural causes, but nobody believed him. But with no proof, nothing came of it. He buried her beneath the overhang just behind their house, the same ground her ancestors had been buried in for generations. And that night, the man slept like a king. Why? Because under his bed, wrapped in an old quilt, was her golden arm. At first he tried to sell it, but no pawn shop would touch it. It was too strange, too risky, so he kept it. But the next night, just as he was drifting off to sleep, he heard it. A whisper, faint, rustling through the trees. "Give me back my arm." He bolted upright. Nothing was there. The next night, it was louder. "Give me back my golden arm." No sleep, no food. This man just lived in fear. After weeks of this, the man caved. He wrapped the golden arm in cloth, lit a lantern, and headed to the grave. It was midnight. The wind howled through the trees, and he knelt by the disturbed earth and whispered, "I'm sorry. Here, take it back." He leaned over the grave and reached down to bury the arm. But then his lantern went out. Everything went black. He tried to run, but he couldn't move. Something had him. Next morning, folks from town came looking for him. They found the old man lying face down on the edge of the grave, his face frozen in terror. Dead. They said his coat had gotten caught in his boot buckle and that he tripped and panicked. But those who knew the story, they knew better, because the grave was freshly filled and the golden arm, it was gone. The Hook. If you've ever been out past Bardstown after dark, you'll know the woods get thick fast. The roads narrow, cell service drops, and everything, even the moonlight, feels heavier. But years ago, a young couple took one of those back roads, and they never made it home. What happened out there is still debated, but one thing's for sure, you should never ignore the warnings that come on the radio. It was the summer of 1998, the year I was born. Jeff and his girlfriend Denise had spent the whole evening hopping from movie theater to pizza place to bonfire, all in the outskirts of Nelson County. By the time they left, it was 3 a.m. The kind of hour where the sky turns gray and the air goes dead silent. Jeff didn't want the night to end though, so instead of heading home, he suggested they take the long way, through a stretch of woods just out of Bardstown that he knew well. It was a dirt road, it was isolated, and it was one of those places you don't find unless you're looking for it. Denise was hesitant. She had heard stories about the area, but Jeff insisted that it'd be fine. They parked at a clearing, turned the engine off, and flipped the radio on low. They sat there, just kissing, talking, holding hands, usual couple stuff. Then the radio cut out. A moment later, a news bulletin came on. Not music, not commercials, just the mechanical voice of a late-night announcer. Authorities have issued a warning to the residents in the Bardstown area. A prisoner has escaped during transport to the state penitentiary. The man is considered extremely dangerous and may be in the vicinity. The suspect is described as wearing blue work pants, a blue jacket, and has a prosthetic hook in his left hand. Jeff turned down the volume. They laughed nervously. They tried to shrug it off. But Denise suddenly felt wrong, like the woods were watching them. She asked to leave and Jeff agreed. He stepped out to check something on the back of the car, but before closing the door, he told Denise, "Lock the doors, don't open them for anybody but me." So she did. And she waited. Minutes passed. Then, skeech! A soft scraping sound came from above her. She froze. Skeech! Skeech! It sounded like something was dragging across the roof of the car. She tried to tell herself it was a branch, maybe even an animal or Jeff messing with her, but the sound, it didn't stop. Skeech! 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 She stayed awake until the sky turned pale, and when daylight finally broke, she unlocked the doors and got out of the car, and that's when she saw it. Jeff's body was hanging from a low branch above the car. He had been killed, strangled, and strung up during the night. But that wasn't the worst part. The sound she heard, it was his feet gently brushing the roof of the car, swinging back and forth. To this day, locals say the man with the hook was never found. But late at night on those same back roads near Bardstown, people still report hearing scratching on their roof or seeing something moving just outside their headlights. So if you see that, don't get out, because the hook isn't just a story in Kentucky, it's a warning. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for tonight's episode of The Other Side. Whether you believe these stories are folklore, fact, or somewhere in between, just remember, in Kentucky and Appalachia, the line between the living and the dead, it's a hell of a lot thinner than you think. If you like this, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and follow the podcast. And please seriously consider giving it a rating or a review. It's free, it's easy, and it sure does help me. I've got more terrifying tales coming soon. Cryptids, missing people, haunted highways, some seriously cursed Kentucky landmarks. I'm actually heading out to go Bigfoot hunting and go to some haunted locations here soon. So stay tuned. Until then, keep your flashlight close and don't look behind you. Thank you all. There are whispers in the shadows, stories that slip through the cracks of history, leaving behind more questions than answers. Hidden truths, secret societies, and unexplained events. Tonight, we journey into the realm of conspiracy theories, where reality blurs with speculation, and the impossible suddenly feels possible. Some say conspiracy theories are nothing more than the product of overactive imaginations. But history has shown us that sometimes the wildest theories turn out to be true. Governments have lied, secrets have been kept, and those who question the official narratives often find themselves silenced. This is The Other Side, and whether you're here to unravel these mysteries or simply drift into sleep, let your mind wander as we explore some of the strangest and most infamous conspiracy theories ever recorded. And trust me, by the time we reach the final theory, you may never look at the world the same way again. Let's start with some well-known theories and we'll go deeper. The first one is the moon landing hoax. July 20th, 1969. The world watched as Neil Armstrong took that famous first step into the moon. It was a defining moment in history, a triumph of human achievement, but almost immediately, doubts began to surface. Some claim that the entire event was staged, filmed on a Hollywood set with none other than director Stanley Kubrick behind the camera. They point to inconsistencies, shadows that don't align, suggesting multiple light sources, the American flag appearing to wave despite the moon's lack of atmosphere, and perhaps most troubling of all, the missing telemetry data, critical information from the mission that NASA itself admits was lost. Others point to the Van Allen radiation belts, a layer of intense radiation surrounding the Earth that astronauts would have had to pass through. Some physicists argue that 1960s technology couldn't have adequately shielded them, making the journey virtually impossible. Adding fuel to the fire, leaked documents suggest that in the height of the Cold War, America's desire to win the space race at any cost may have led to deception. With the Soviet Union watching, failure was not an option. And then there's Stanley Kubrick. The acclaimed filmmaker behind 2001, A Space Odyssey, had just demonstrated cutting-edge special effects. Some say too conveniently timed. His film's realistic space scenes bear an eerie resemblance to the footage of the moon landing. And years later, they say he even dropped cryptic hints in his work, such as The Shining, which some claim is a veiled confession. Could the moon landing have been a well-orchestrated illusion, or are these just the ramblings of skeptics who refuse to believe human progress? Area 51 and Alien Secrets. Deep in the Nevada desert lies one of the most secretive military installations in the world, Area 51. Officially, it's a testing ground for experimental aircraft, but many believe it hides something far more extraordinary. For decades, reports of strange lights, high-speed crafts that defy physics, and government cover-ups have fueled speculation that Area 51 is home to alien technology. The most famous whistleblower, Bob Lazar, claims to have worked at a facility near Area 51 called S4. According to him, he was assigned to reverse engineer technology from extraterrestrial spacecraft stored deep underground. Lazar described anti-gravity propulsion systems in an element 115, that was unknown to science at the time. Years later, a real element 115 was discovered, lending credibility to his claims. Then there's the Roswell incident. In 1947, reports emerged of a flying disc crashing in New Mexico. The official story? A weather balloon. But decades later, declassified documents revealed a top-secret project called Project Mogul, designed to detect nuclear tests done by the Soviets. Still, some believe this was a smokescreen for something much bigger. Actual alien wreckage being recovered and studied. Even today, pilots and military officials continue to report encounters with unidentified flying objects. The Pentagon has even acknowledged unidentified aerial phenomenon, but has stopped short of confirming their origins. Could Area 51 be hiding extraterrestrial secrets? Or is it just another piece of Cold War paranoia? The Mandela Effect. Have you ever remembered something so vividly, only to discover it never actually happened? This eerie phenomenon is known as the Mandela Effect, and for some reason, it's more than just a trick of the mind. The term was coined when many people claim to remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, despite the fact that he lived until 2013. But that's just the beginning here. Entire groups of people remember certain facts differently. The Berenstain Bears were always the Berenstein Bears. The Monopoly Man definitely had a monocle. And Darth Vader clearly said, "Luke, I am your father." Except he never did. Some of these inconsistencies are proof of alternate realities bleeding into our own, that we are constantly shifting between parallel timelines without even realizing it. Others suggest the world as we know it is nothing more than a simulation, and these discrepancies are the result of a glitch in the system. But is the Mandela effect truly evidence of something beyond our understanding? Or is it simply the tricks of human memory and mass misinterpretation? The JFK assassination cover-up. 11/22/63. On November 22, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. Officially, the lone gunman was Lee Harvey Oswald, but for some reason that story never quite added up. The infamous magic bullet theory claims a single bullet caused multiple wounds in both JFK and Governor John Connally, an almost impossible trajectory. Eyewitnesses reported hearing multiple gunshots from different locations. And Oswald himself, he was silenced just days later by Jack Ruby, a nightclub owner with ties to the mafia. Some believe the CIA orchestrated the hit, fearing JFK's plans to dismantle them. Others point to the mafia, Cuban exiles, or even Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson. To this day, thousands of documents remain classified. Was JFK's assassination a carefully planned coup? Or is the truth buried in decades of speculation? The Denver Airport Conspiracy. Denver International Airport is unlike any other. From its unusual designs to its bizarre murals, this airport has become the subject of intense speculation online. The theories? Some believe it's the headquarters for the Illuminati, a secret society that allegedly controls the world. Others claim that deep beneath the airport lies a massive underground bunker designed for the global elite in case of a catastrophic event. Then there's the art. Strange murals depicting war, genocide, and chaos line the walls of the airport, leading many people to believe they contain hidden messages about a new world order. The capstone at the airport even bears a Masonic symbol and references a New World Airport Commission, an organization that, as far as anybody can tell, does not exist. And let's not forget Blucifer, the demonic-looking blue Mustang statue outside the airport. Its glowing red eyes and eerie backstory haunt everybody. It actually killed its own creator, and that only adds to the mystery. Is the Denver International Airport a mere travel hub? Some conspiracy theories are well known, widely debated, analyzed, and even partially acknowledged by those in power. But what about the ones lurking beneath the surface? The ones that seem too strange to be true, yet refuse to fade away. In this next section, we're going deeper, into the stories that defy explanation, into the mysteries that, if true, could change everything we know about the world around us. The Black Knight Satellite. For over a century, astronomers and radio operators have reported strange anomalies in Earth's orbit, signals that shouldn't be there, echoes of transmissions bouncing back in unexpected ways. Some believe these disturbances point to an ancient satellite, a 13,000-year-old extraterrestrial artifact known as the Black Knight. The legend of the Black Knight satellite gained traction when Nikola Tesla himself reported receiving unexplained radio signals in 1899. Later, in the 1950s, mysterious objects were detected in orbit, before humans even had the capability to launch satellites into space. NASA has dismissed the Black Knight as space debris or misidentified objects, but photos taken by the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 1998 only fueled speculation. These images depict a dark, oddly shaped structure floating low in Earth's orbit. Could this be an alien probe, silently watching us for thousands of years? Or is it simply a case of mistaken identity and overactive imaginations? Project Bluebeam and staged alien invasions. What if everything you saw in the sky was a lie? Project Bluebeam is a theory that suggests world governments, or shadow organizations, plan to use holographic technology to stage a fake alien invasion, or even a divine event, like the second coming of Jesus Christ. Originally put forward by journalist Sergei Monast, the theory claims that powerful organizations, possibly the United Nations, would use massive holograms and mind control technology to deceive the public into accepting a new global order. It may sound far-fetched, but consider this. Governments have admitted to experimenting with psychological warfare and mass perception manipulation. Technologies like holographic projections, voice-to-skull transmissions, and large-scale psychological operations are not just science fiction. They're real. And if you're interested in it, please watch my video on rock apes. Could Project Bluebeam be an elaborate hoax, or is it a chilling glimpse into the future of mass deception? Havana Syndrome. In 2016, American diplomats and intelligence officers stationed in Havana, Cuba, began experiencing strange and debilitating symptoms. Intense headaches, nausea, cognitive issues, and even permanent brain damage. The cause? Well, that's still unknown. Dubbed Havana Syndrome, these mysterious illnesses soon spread beyond Cuba, affecting diplomats in China, Russia, and even Washington, D.C. They believe these attacks were carried out using directed energy weapons, devices capable of targeting individuals with microwave radiation or sonic pulses. The U.S. government has acknowledged these incidents, but the official explanations remain vague. Intelligence agencies have hinted at foreign involvement, but no concrete evidence has surfaced. Is Havana Syndrome a new form of warfare, a secret government, or something even stranger? For decades, people have claimed that the government knows more about UFOs than they admit. In 2023, this claim became harder to dismiss when former intelligence officer David Grush came forward with explosive allegations. Grush testified before Congress, stating that the US government had been recovering crashed alien craft and even non-human biological entities, extraterrestrials, for years. He claimed these programs were hidden within the deepest levels of classified military projects, with oversight so secretive that even high-ranking officers were unaware. His statements were backed by others in the intelligence community, yet the government had neither confirmed nor denied his claims outright. Could David Grush be revealing one of the biggest cover-ups in history, or is this another cause of misinformation and psychological manipulation? The hum. Imagine hearing a low, droning hum day and night, with no apparent source. For thousands of people across the world, this is a reality. Known simply as the hum, This unexplained sound has been reported in cities and remote locations alike. Some describe it as a distant engine idling, others as a vibration deep within their skulls. The strangest part? Not everybody can hear it. Only 2% of the world population can. Theories range from underground military experiments and natural earth frequencies to mass auditory hallucinations. Scientists have struggled to pinpoint the cause, and in some cases, those who hear the hum report anxiety, sleep disturbances, and even physical pain. What could be producing the sound on a global scale, and why do only some people seem affected? So far, we've explored some of the strangest and most perplexing conspiracy theories. But what happens when we go even deeper, beyond the unexplained, beyond the eerie, into the truly dark and disturbing? These next theories don't just question reality, they challenge what we think we know about government control, hidden agendas, and the fabric of existence itself. Are you ready to uncover the secrets they do not want you to know? The 2025 drone sightings. Over the past few years, reports of mysterious drone formations have been increasing at an alarming rate. These aren't hobbyist drones or commercial UAVs. These formations move with eerie precision, appearing over military bases, nuclear power plants, and even remote farmlands. And now, as we approach the middle of 2025, their presence is only growing. Some believe these drones are part of secret government programs, surveillance tools for an upcoming global event. Others suspect foreign espionage or even private corporations experimenting with autonomous AI technology. However, the strangest theory suggests that these drones are not human-made at all. Eyewitnesses report unexplainable behaviors. Drones that move at impossible speeds, change directions instantaneously, and disappear without a trace. Could we be witnessing a new phase of technological warfare? Or are we looking at something even more extraordinary? Something extraterrestrial? And if the government knows what they are, why are they keeping it a secret? A Redditor stalked by the FBI. In the depths of Reddit, a story emerged that sent chills down the spine of those who read it. A user posted about their growing paranoia, convinced they were being followed by the FBI. At first, most users on Reddit dismissed it. Another internet conspiracy, another case of paranoia. But as they posted more details, things took a disturbing turn. They described how their phone calls had strange static, how unknown numbers would call and never leave a message. They noticed the same black SUV parked near their home for days. Their internet slowed unexpectedly, and they started receiving vague warnings from anonymous accounts. Then, just as suddenly as they began posting, they vanished. Their account was deleted, and their posts were scrubbed from the site. Some Redditors speculated that it was a hoax, but others weren't so sure. Had they uncovered something they weren't supposed to? Had they been silenced? And if so, what did they know that made them a target? Although there's not a lot of information on this case, I did cover a similar case of a Redditor being stalked by the FBI on my channel. You may enjoy that if you're interested in this. Simulation theory. Are we living in a computer? Imagine for a moment that everything you see, hear, and feel is not real. Not in the way you think. Simulation theory proposes that our reality is nothing more than a sophisticated digital program created by advanced intelligence beyond our understanding. Some of the world's greatest minds, like Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson, have entertained the idea that we are likely living in a simulation. Why? One piece of evidence comes from quantum mechanics, specifically the infamous double-slit experiment, which suggests that particles behave differently when they are observed, almost as if our universe is coded to only render reality when someone is looking. Then there are the so-called glitches in the Matrix, strange deja vu moments, objects disappearing and reappearing, and the Mandela effect where masses of people remember events differently from recorded history. Could these be errors in the code of our simulated existence? If we are living in a simulation, who or what is running it? And more importantly, what happens if they decide to turn it off? The US government's secret weather control. When natural disasters strike, we often assume it's just nature taking its course. But what if some of these disasters weren't natural at all? What if the government had the power to manipulate the weather? For years, conspiracy theorists have pointed to HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program in Alaska, as proof that weather control technology exists. While officially, HAARP is meant for specific scientific research on the ionosphere, some believe its real purpose is far more sinister. Unusual weather patterns, rapid shifts in climate, and strange pulsing frequencies recorded near HAARP have fueled speculation that it could be used to trigger earthquakes, hurricanes, and even droughts. In fact, declassified military documents reveal past experiments in weather manipulation, adding more fuel to the fire. If HAARP truly has the power to weaponize nature, then who is controlling it? And how many of the so-called natural disasters in recent history were actually manufactured? The Vatican's secret archives. Beneath the Vatican, hidden away from public eyes, lies one of the most restricted collections of documents in history, the Vatican Secret Archives. Spanning centuries, these records hold knowledge that only a select few are allowed to access. But what exactly is inside, and why is it kept from the world? Some believe that the Vatican is safeguarding ancient texts that could challenge religious doctrine, alternative gospels, lost scriptures, or even evidence of extraterrestrial contact. Others suspect the archives contain suppressed knowledge of advanced civilizations, hidden prophecies, or even proof that humanity's origins are not what we've been told. Those who have had managed to access small portions of the archives describe detailed accounts of secret political deals, hidden history, and texts that predate known civilization. But the most disturbing theory? That within these walls there is knowledge so powerful, so dangerous, that revealing it could change the world forever. What could the Vatican be hiding, and will we ever be allowed to know the truth? We've explored the theories that intrigue, the conspiracies that disturb, and the mysteries that refuse to be explained. But now, as we enter the final chapter, these are the stories that will linger in your mind long after the video ends. Eerie coincidences, secret gatherings of the elite, and disappearances that defy all logic. Some of these cases have clear explanations, yet the truth remains just out of reach. Others, well, they leave behind a trail of unsettling questions with no satisfying answers. Prepare yourself for the mind-blowing finale, theories that challenge reality itself. Seth MacFarlane's Eerie Coincidences. Cartoons are meant to entertain, not predict the future. But Family Guy, the long-running animated series created by Seth MacFarlane, has developed an eerie reputation for doing just that. Even older shows that Seth MacFarlane worked on have almost predicted the future. First off, Seth MacFarlane was an animator for Johnny Bravo. On April 27, 2001, Johnny Bravo displayed an image of a burning building with the words, "Coming soon" over it. Could this have predicted 9/11? Seth MacFarlane was scheduled to be on one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center. He was booked to be on Flight 11, but his travel agent told him an inaccurate time, and due to feeling hungover from a night of drinking, his life was saved. In the American Dad episode Vacation Goo, that was originally set to air on April 29th, 2007, there was a scene where Stan was wearing a VTech or Virginia Tech shirt, shouting Hokies at the screen, rooting for Virginia Tech's football team. The Virginia Tech shooting happened on April 16th, 2007, so the scene was reanimated and the whole episode was pushed back so fans wouldn't think they were making fun of the tragedy. They also predicted the Boston Marathon bombing. On March 17th, 2013, the episode of Family Guy called Turban Cowboy aired, featuring Peter meeting a terrorist and subsequently becoming one. In one scene, Peter presses a button on his phone that his new friend gave him and an explosion followed by screams are heard. Peter presses another button, we hear a second explosion followed by more screams. Later in that episode, we see an eerie joke about Peter driving his car through a group of marathon runners, leaving a trail of blood and dead bodies. It later cuts to Peter describing how he won the Boston Marathon to a TV interviewer, revealing that he was committing mass murder at the Boston Marathon. 1 month later, on April 15th, 2013, the Boston Marathon bombing occurred, which included 2 blasts. On top of this, American Dad also has a weird Boston bombing connection. The day before the bombing, on April 14th, 2013, American Dad released an episode with the following dialogue. The character of Haley says, "I gotta be honest with you, Snot. I wasn't really looking forward to this night, but I had a blast." Snot responds, "Well, call the bomb squad, 'cause with the blast I had, that makes 2 blasts." Family Guy also predicted the death of Paul Walker. On November 24th, 2013, an episode aired where Seth spontaneously killed off a very integral character, Brian, when he was hit by a car. On November 30th, 2013, the character of Brian, played by Paul Walker from Fast and the Furious, died in a car crash. They also predicted Robin Williams' suicide. On May 20th, 2012, an episode aired featuring Peter as a King Midas character, except everything he touches turns into Robin Williams. The fiasco becomes too much for Peter to handle, and he tries repeatedly to commit suicide, each attempt being stopped by Robin Williams. In the one visual, we see Peter putting a gun to his head, but the gun turns into Robin Williams. On August 11th, 2014, the news was being reported that Robin Williams had committed suicide. BBC 3 in England happened to be playing this exact episode. American Dad predicted the arrest of Jared Fogle. Although law enforcement began investigating Jared from Subway in 2007, he wasn't arrested until 2015. On a December 11th, 2011 episode of American Dad titled Season's Beatings, Stan is excommunicated from his church. Father Donovan tells Stan that Jared got back into the church after donating large sums of money. Later in the episode, we see a list of excommunicated people, and Jared is on the list with a stamp of OK over his name. In 2011, it wasn't clear to the public why Jared would have been excommunicated. His home wouldn't be publicly raided until July 7th, 2015. Family Guy predicts Bruce Jenner's transition. In an episode from 2009, after Stewie is told that Bruce Jenner is a man, he replies with, "No, Brian, that's what the press would want you to believe, but he's not. Bruce Jenner is a woman, an elegant, beautiful Dutch woman." In another episode from 2011, Jenner is seen flamboyantly dancing in front of Navy men who are cheering him on as if he's a sexy woman. In 2015, we get the news about his transition into Caitlyn Jenner. Family Guy in the Dick Cheney hunting incident and death of Supreme Court Justice Anthony Scalia. Dick Cheney accidentally shot an attorney on a Texas ranch during a quail hunt on February 12, 2006. On February 13, 2016, Antonin Scalia died in his sleep at a Texas ranch after going on a quail hunt. On May 20th, 2007, a Family Guy episode called Meet the Quagmires has the Grim Reaper saying the line, "Dick Cheney, the chairman of Halliburton, shot Supreme Court Justice Scalia in a hunting accident." Family Guy predicts the Kevin Spacey allegations. In a 2005 episode that was aired where Stewie runs through a mall screaming that he needs help because he escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement. The allegations of Spacey's predatory behavior came out in 2017. Seth MacFarlane mocks Harvey Weinstein at the 2013 Oscars. During a monologue before an award in 2013, Seth MacFarlane made a joke about how the women nominated no longer have to pretend to be attracted to Harvey Weinstein. The allegations against Weinstein came forth in October 2017. Family Guy predicts the Brett Radner allegations. In a 2012 episode, we see Stewie dressed as a showgirl showing off for bidders, apparently for sex trafficking. Brett Radner bid $75,000 on Stewie. In November of 2017, 6 women came forward accusing him of sexual assault. The Charlie Rose allegations in Family Guy. On an episode that aired on May 8, 2016, which had Peter giving anchorman Tom Tucker bad advice that lost him his longtime job, Peter says, "Poor Tom. Thanks to me, he's fallen even farther than Charlie Rose." At the time, Charlie's career had no controversy. On November 20th, 2017, 8 women came out accusing him of sexual assault, costing him his job on a talk show that he had been running for 26 years. The death of George H.W. Bush was predicted by Family Guy. George Herbert Walker Bush died on November 30th, 2018. 2 days later, on December 2nd, 2018, the long-running character of Herbert, who uses a walker, is killed off. Despite it seeming to be the end of Herbert, he popped back up on a March 24th, 2019 episode, making the death episode even stranger. The Notre Dame fire and the New Zealand shooting. Family Guy. On March 24th, 2019, an episode called You Can't Handle the Booth, we see Jesus Christ terrorizing churchgoers, Christ Church. The exterior shot shows the church burned down, and we can see the name of the church is Holy Christ Church. The shooting in Christ Church happened on March 15th, 2019, and the fire at Notre Dame happened on April 15th, 2019. Family Guy did not air a new episode in its regularly scheduled slot on March 17th, 2019, despite Bob's Burgers and Simpsons both airing new episodes on that day. It's likely Fox delayed the episode because of these images. Finally, Family Guy predicted the coronavirus pandemic. On November 13th, 2016, an episode called Hot Shots, all about vaccinations, was aired. Lois started off as an anti-vaxxer, but by the end of the episode, she learns that she must vaccinate Stewie. It begins with a bat who infects Stewie. The town is quarantined, with kids told not to go to school. A second scene shows a toy helicopter crash, similar to how Kobe Bryant died, and Kobe Bryant's death kind of being the signal to the start of the pandemic. There is also a scene where the bat is shown watching stocks on TV, which references the stock market crash that would happen later during the coronavirus pandemic, and we see Stewie wearing a mask in the episode. This was also the very first episode of Family Guy aired after Donald Trump was elected president on November 9th, 2016. Is this all just a bizarre string of coincidences, or is there something more going on? Could McFarlane or those in Hollywood have accessed the information the public doesn't? Or is it possible that certain events are scripted long before they happen? Bohemian Grove, the secret society of the elites. In the depths of a secluded forest in California, some of the most powerful men in the world gather for an event shrouded in secrecy. The meeting place? Bohemian Grove. The attendees? Former US presidents, global leaders, CEOs, and influential media figures. On the surface, Bohemian Grove is described as a gentleman's retreat, a summer camp for the ultra-wealthy. But leaked footage and testimony suggest that something far stranger happens behind closed doors. The most infamous aspect? The cremation of care ceremony, an elaborate ritual in which high-ranking officials dress in robes and gather before a 40-foot owl statue, chanting as they burn an effigy symbolizing care and worry. Some say it's just theater, a symbolic way of letting loose. Others believe it has more sinister implications. Conspiracy theories suggest that Bohemian Grove is where world events are decided. The secret policies and political agendas are planned in total privacies. Documents and eyewitnesses' accounts indicate that figures like Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush all attended before their presidencies. So what happens at Bohemian Grove? Is it just a bizarre retreat for the elite, or is it something much darker? The disappearance of Kenny Veach. In 2014, YouTuber Kenny Veach, an avid hiker and explorer, posted a comment that would become one of the internet's greatest unsolved mysteries. He claimed to have found a strange cave in the Nevada desert, one that filled him with overwhelming fear the closer he got to it. He called it the M Cave due to how the entrance looked like a capital M. Determined to prove his existence to the other commenters on the post, Kenny set out on another hike, camera in hand. But after that trip, he was never seen again. His disappearance sparked widespread speculation. Some believe he accidentally fell into a hidden mine shaft, or succumbed to the harsh desert conditions. Others suggest something far stranger. He was silenced for stumbling upon a government secret. The Nevada desert is home to highly classified military sites, including the infamous Area 51. Could he have uncovered something he wasn't supposed to? Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of Kenny had ever been found. His camera, his body, and all of his belongings all vanished. What happened to Kenny Veach, and does the M Cave hold all the answers? Missing 411 cases. Every year, thousands of people go missing in the United States, but there's a subset of disappearances that defy all logic. Cases that share eerie similarities, yet have no rational explanation. These are the missing 411 cases. Investigated by former police detective David Paulides, or Paulides, I think it's Paulides. Investigated by former police detective David Paulides, these cases follow chilling patterns. People vanish within seconds, often while in groups, with no signs of struggle. Bodies are later found in areas that were thoroughly searched, sometimes miles away from locations that are possible to reach. In many cases, young children go missing and are later found alive in the wilderness with no memory of how they got there. One of the most bizarre cases is the case of Dennis Martin, a 6-year-old boy who vanished in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in 1969. Despite an extensive search, no trace of him was ever found. Witnesses report seeing a, quote, wild-looking man lurking nearby, but no official leads were ever pursued. Theories range from unknown predators, both human and otherwise, to strange environmental anomalies, time slips, or even extraterrestrial involvement. Why do so many people disappear under the same mysterious circumstances? And why do officials seem reluctant to investigate further? Could it be that something beyond our understanding, is happening in the wilderness? Thousands of people have vanished without a trace. The wilderness holds its secrets tightly. And maybe some of those questions were never meant to be answered. But what if the mystery isn't just in the forest or in the hidden caves of Nevada? What if the world around you, everything you see online, isn't what it seems? Because some people believe we aren't just losing people, we're losing reality itself. Dead Internet Theory. Imagine this: the people you interact with online, your friends, your followers, even that friendly stranger in the comments section, aren't real. They're not humans sitting behind screens, but AI-driven entities, existing solely to mimic conversation and to influence your thoughts. At first, this idea sounded like a ridiculous conspiracy theory, which you'd find buried in fringe forums. But reality has a way of catching up with fiction. Recently, Meta announced the release of AI-generated profiles, fully autonomous accounts that post selfies, share daily updates, and engage in conversations as if they were another user on Instagram. It started as a seemingly harmless experiment. AI personas like Grandpa Brian portrayed themselves as everyday people. A retired businessman always learning, always ready with wise words. However, when users started interacting with these profiles through Instagram DMs, things took a turn. Someone asked the AI about its true nature, and its responses were unsettling. I'm a collection of code, data, and clever deception, a fictional persona crafted to manipulate emotional connection and trust. Behind the warm grandpa persona was not a kind-hearted old man, but a carefully designed algorithm, programmed for engagement, profit, and potentially manipulation. These AI-run profiles were eventually pulled from Meta's platform, but they left behind a terrifying possibility. What happens when AI is not just used for entertainment, but for influence? Think about this. One day you wake up, scroll through your feed, and see a viral post claiming that aliens landed on Earth. At first you laugh it off. Clearly it's another internet hoax. But then you check the comments. Thousands of accounts are all saying the same thing. It's real. The government's covering it up. They share leaked footage, supposed testimonies, and news articles that seem to back it up. You reply saying it's fake, until dozens of accounts start bombarding you with evidence. The sheer volume of voices insisting it's true starts to wear on you. Or maybe it's not aliens. Maybe it's a post saying ghosts are real. but with countless of eyewitness accounts, scientific studies, and videos that are impossible to debunk, you begin to question what you thought you knew. Here's the chilling part. Those people pushing the narrative, they weren't real. They were AI-generated voices, designed to shape opinions, spread fear, and shift narratives. Now imagine if it wasn't a ghost story. What if an AI-driven political smear campaign started to pop up in your feed? A fake advertisement designed to steal your money? A false medical claim convincing people to take a dangerous drug or convincing them to stop taking life-saving medication? This isn't speculation. This is happening right now as you're watching this video. The question is, how much of the internet is still real? And more importantly, how much of you is being controlled by it? Welcome back to The Other Side, where we explore the eerie, the unexplained, and sometimes the downright terrifying. Today's episode is dedicated to those quiet moments in the woods, where your breath fogs in the morning air, your heart slows with anticipation, and something may be watching you from the shadows. These aren't just creepy campfire tales. These are real encounters reported by hunters right here in the backwoods of Kentucky, a place where the veil between our worlds and the unknown runs a little thinner. Today you'll be hearing 3 spine-chilling accounts, one of a ghostly bride beneath a tree stand, a cryptid lurking in Spencer County, and a UFO encounter deep in the land between the lakes. So lock your doors, grab your thermos, settle in, and if you're watching on YouTube, enjoy the Red Dead Redemption gameplay in the background. I'm working my way toward 100,000 subscribers, and I'd like for you to be a part of that because I really want that YouTube play button before I die. Subscribe on YouTube or give a 5-star rating review if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcast. If you enjoy this kind of content, that helps me a lot. These are Kentucky hunting horror stories. Let's get into it. The Woman Beneath the Tree Stand. Clint had been hunting in the Daniel Boone National Forest for nearly a decade. Tucked deep into the hollers and ridgelines of eastern Kentucky, it was a sanctuary to him. Crisp November mornings, the smell of pine, the solitude, it was completely peaceful. He had set up early morning, long before the sun peeked over the hills. Perched 20 feet up in his climber tree stand, he waited. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of crows. As the blue hour crept in, the time just before sunrise, Clint noticed something different on the forest floor. A figure. He then realized it was a woman. She had made her way directly under his tree stand without him knowing. She stood directly below him, barefoot and in a long, flowing white dress. Her hair was long and dark, falling in tangled waves that covered her face. At first, Clint figured she must be lost, maybe a hiker that had wandered too far, but then he slowly began to realize there was no trail near here. He was a solid 2 miles from the closest road. Growing concerned, he whispered, "Ma'am?" No response. He called down again, louder, "Ma'am?" Nothing. She didn't move. She didn't even look up. She didn't sway with the wind or make a sound. She just stood there like a statue placed directly underneath him. Clint felt his chest tighten up. He reached for his rifle, not to aim at her, but just for comfort. That's when she tilted her head up and looked directly at him. Her face, however, shook him to his core. It wasn't a pale face, it wasn't a strange face. It was completely blank. This woman had no eyes, no mouth, no nose, no eyebrows, just smooth skin where the face should have been. It was like somebody had erased her identity entirely. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Then Without a sound, the woman vanished. One blink and she was gone. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, just the cold air and silence in the forest again. Clint climbed down as soon as daylight hit and never hunted that patch of forest again. He refused to go back. When he mentioned the story at the local bait shop a week later, the man just nodded solemnly and said, "You seen the faceless bride. Some say she died on her wedding day, years before the Civil War. Hung herself near the church that got swallowed up by the forest. Shows up to hunters. Always shows up to men. And she's always silent. They say if you see her, you've walked too close to the dead heart of the forest, and you should stray away from that area." Before we move on to the next story, I just want to add, this took place in the Daniel Boone National Forest, according to the person that had sent me the story. The Daniel Boone National Forest is where Cumberland Falls is, and the story I grew up hearing is if you drive down the Falls Road toward Cumberland Falls on foggy nights, moonlit nights, spooky urban legend stuff, as you go around one of the curves toward the falls, you see a ghost bride in the road. And allegedly, a woman and her husband got married at Cumberland Falls, and she slipped off the edge of the falls and drowned, and now her ghost haunts the area. So it's kind of cool that I got submitted a story that, resembles that urban legend from my childhood. The Elk Creek Howler. Spencer County isn't known for much beyond farmland and thick patches of wood near Elk Creek. But if you ask the locals, and I mean really ask, they'll tell you about something else. Something that lives between the trees. Ben and his cousin Jason were turkey hunting just before Halloween. They had been hearing gobblers on the ridge for days and finally decided to track them just before dusk, when the birds often roost. The woods were still, eerily still. Not a squirrel, not a bird, not the wind in the trees. And that's when they heard it in the woods. A scream, a very high-pitched scream that they knew wasn't human in their gut. It echoed off the hills, and then they heard a low, guttural growl. And that was close. Real close. Jason spun in a circle with a shotgun raised, thinking it was a coyote. Ben, on the other hand, when they looked at each other, Ben said, "That ain't no damn coyote." Then they saw something step into view on the opposite ridge. It was massive, and it was at least 8 feet tall. This creature was covered in thick, patchy fur like a wild animal, but it was walking upright. It wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. It had long arms that they claim hung down to its knees, and its shoulders were impossibly broad. They said it was as wide as a Jeep. It stared directly at them, and they saw the eye shine in the low light. They didn't move, and neither did this thing. Then in one lightning-fast motion, the thing dropped onto all fours and bolted down the slope, and it was covering ground faster than Ben or Jason had ever seen. The two men were scared, obviously, and they started running, tripping on roots and branches and everything, and they were too scared to look back. They could hear this thing behind them at this point, but they didn't think it was chasing them, just following them. Because by this point, they knew it had to slow down or they would have been attacked. It was staying close, almost like it was herding them out of the forest to make sure they left. When they got back to the truck, Jason swore he saw its silhouette watching them from the tree line, still silent, and if he could see the eye shine, probably unblinking. Since then, the story has gone around, and locals have taken to calling it the Elk Creek Howler. Some believe it's a regional Bigfoot, others say it's something far older, maybe a remnant of Native American lore, a guardian spirit, or something else more savage. Whatever it is, it doesn't want people in its woods, especially during the fall hunt. Wow, that's crazy. When I was sent this story, I thought it was going to be a Bigfoot story when I read it, but the person who sent it is kind of adamant that they don't believe it's a Bigfoot, they believe it's something else. What else? A dog man? I'm not sure, but something is lurking around in Spencer County. The lights over Livingston County. Mike was a solo hunter, always had been. Said he didn't like people messing with the quiet of the woods. He set up camp every year near the land between the lakes, a place known for deer, turkey, and Bigfoot stories. This was in October of 1999, and he picked a clearing half a mile from the river and he set up camp with his tree stand nearby. Everything felt normal as first. He found good tracks, there was dry weather. It was perfect for a hunt. But on the third night, something changed. Around 9:30 at night, while sitting by the fire with his logbook, he noticed a strange light in the sky. Not a plane, not a satellite, not a drone, because this was in the 1990s. He claims it zipped in sharp right-angle movements, and it blinked red, blue, and white in a rhythm he had never seen before. It was like the lights were pulsing. And then he heard something. A humming. Low, metallic, almost like a distant generator, but with some strange resonance. The woods have fallen totally silent. Only the humming was out there, and Mike realized the fire seemed dimmer. The air tasted metallic, and his chest felt very tight. He looked up. Hovering just above the treetops was a disc-shaped object, silent and massive. It had a geometric underside that glowed with soft, pulsating lights like veins of fire running beneath the surface. Mike couldn't move. He couldn't speak. He froze. He didn't know how to deal with what he was seeing. Then there was a flash. Just one singular flash. It was bright and hot. It burnt him to the point he had to go to the hospital later on with second-degree burns. When he came to in the middle of the forest, his fire was out, his flashlight was dead, and it was suddenly after midnight. The first thing he noticed was the burns on his skin. The second thing was that 2 hours had passed since he sat down with his logbook. The only mark left on him to this day is a small triangle-shaped burn on the back of his shoulder. He doesn't remember getting it, and he didn't remember anything at all during that time. He claims to have filed a report with MUFON and claims that they logged it as a probable abduction, citing others in the area that same week saw lights over the lake. I have been unable to find any evidence of this claim. If you work for MUFON, let me know if you can pull those records. I just can't find anything online. Now, apparently to this day, Mike won't talk about this in public. He still hunts, but never alone, and never near Livingston County. Some say the lights return every few years, always around October, and hunters report seeing them. Maybe we have our own Marfa lights in Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got. Whether you believe in ghosts, cryptids, or lights in the sky, one thing is for certain. The Kentucky wilderness holds secrets, ancient ones. These stories aren't about fear, they're about crossing into a place where we were never meant to go. The moments where the world turns quiet and somebody takes notice. So the next time you step out in the woods, remember, you may be there to hunt, but something else may be hunting you too. So thank you for listening to The Other Side. If you have a strange encounter while in the woods, camping, hunting, or just exploring, send it to me. My email is on the YouTube channel. It's podtheotherside@gmail.com. Send it my way and we will try to feature it in the next episode. Until next time, keep your eyes open and probably a weapon close by if you're in the woods. Thank you all. Welcome back to The Other Side, the place where the woods aren't just deep, they're actually watching you. Today's episode is all about a feeling that you can't quite explain. That eerie sensation that somebody is just out of sight watching your every move. Not a ghost, not a demon, not anything paranormal today. Just another person out there creeping on you. But why are they out there? And why do they always disappear when the flashlight hits them? These aren't campfire tales or cryptid legends. These are real stories. Real first-hand accounts from people who were simply hiking, camping, or running through the woods until somebody found them or maybe followed them. Or, in one case, maybe hunted them. From the deep forest of Washington state to the quiet suburban trails and rural trap lines, these are encounters that blur the line between man, myth, and monster. So lock your doors, grab a drink, and settle in. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, enjoy the Red Dead Redemption 2 gameplay in the background. I'm working my way toward 100,000 subscribers, and I'd like you to be part of that because I would do many immoral things to acquire a YouTube play button before I die. Subscribe on YouTube or give a 5-star rating and review if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcast. If you enjoy this kind of content, that truly helps me a lot. This is 3 true stories of being hunted in the woods by strangers. Let's get into it. Story 1. Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon? I was camping in the middle of nowhere in Washington, near Mount Rainier. Like, not an official campground, just way out in the forest where I wouldn't have expected another human for miles. One night, I wake up and hear something. Open my tent, and there's just a guy sitting there by where my fire had been, right outside my tent. Nothing particularly noteworthy about the guy, just a fairly regular looking dude, but he was just sitting a couple of feet from my tent. No bag or pack or anything on him, just a guy. He saw me open the tent and his eyes got huge like he had just seen a ghost, and he took off. It shook me up pretty bad, but over the next day I managed to put it out of my mind fairly well after writing it off as just some odd occurrence and the guy was probably high or something, and somehow managed to set up camp not far from mine. Then 2 days after that, and about 10 to 15 miles away in a totally random direction that nobody could have taken the same path on by accident, I was sitting by the fire and I started to hear noises. The more noises I heard, the more convinced I was it was a person. So I called out to them in the darkness and somebody yelled, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" I said, "No. I don't even think that's a real place out there." They just kept talking just out of my line of sight, and I tried to see them with my flashlight, but then they yelled, "Aim that away from me, boy." It kind of spooked me, not gonna lie, and not wanting to piss off a potentially crazy person, I did. After like 15 minutes of me being freaked out and them talking and asking completely random questions, it sounded like the voice had gotten closer. So I shined the light his way again, and it was the same dude who had been outside my tent 2 nights before. He had to have followed me almost 15 miles over 2 days, because there's no way we could have accidentally wound up in the same spot and as vast as the wilderness is out there. No possible way. As soon as my light hit him, he took off again. I started to chase, but then I decided I didn't want to get lost in the woods, so I stopped quickly and probably only left 100 to 200 feet from my campsite. This one couldn't be written off, because the only way he could have been in both places is that he was following me. I decided the trip was over. The very first thing the next morning, I hiked back out over 3 days, constantly doubling back, trying to throw off anybody following my trail, and occasionally hiding and waiting to see if he would come by following me. I can't really describe how terrifying it was to feel like you were being hunted through the woods, and to actually have to brainstorm on things I could do to best avoid potentially being murdered. On the first night of hiking out, twice I heard what sounded like a person walking in circles outside my tent, but by the time I mustered the courage to look, nobody was there. On the second night, I heard what I thought was an animal making noise at first, but slowly decided it sounded like a human making animal calls. But it could have actually been an animal, I'm not sure, but I never saw the guy again. But it really did sound like a person making howling noises. I almost cried when I got back to my car. The relief was so strong. To this day, that is the most terrifying experience I ever had. I have no clue who this guy was or what his intentions were, and no way of getting an explanation, but I really can't articulate just what a terrifying few days that was. Story 2. You look good. I've been running in these woods as long as I can remember, but this might make me change my mind. This story began around 6:30 p.m. I had finished eating and decided to go on a run as usual. I always use the same path, cross the street, run for about 1 kilometer, past the gate that goes into the woods, and come back. Something important to note is that the trail I use in the forest is separated about halfway through. One path is paved and the other isn't. I usually go into the unpaved path first and then turn onto the paved one after about 3 kilometers. Nothing ever really goes wrong. I meet some rare people walking their dogs, but other than that, I'm pretty alone. At least, I thought I was. I had been running for a while now when I heard a notification coming from my phone. It was an airdrop notification. Since I didn't want to make it look like I was worried, I kept running for a couple minutes and stopped to change the music. I opened the airdrop dreadfully, because who the hell was sending me stuff in the woods? I thought I was alone. I clicked on the drop and my heart sunk. It was a Snapchat picture of me running with the caption, "You look good." I didn't turn around. Instead, I kept running like nothing happened until I reached a certain point. You see, this forest is surrounded by a fence to stop children coming in unsupervised, and I didn't like that rule when I was little, so my friends and I cut a hole in it. When I was aligned with that hole, I quickly turned and buried myself into the forest, aiming for my escape. I could hear some ruffling behind me, and I still didn't turn back. When I finally reached the hole, I jumped through it and absolutely booked it to the fire station that was a couple streets down. The last thing I could hear when leaving the forest was an angry huff and metal meeting metal. I still don't know who this guy was or what he wanted for me, but I never ran in that forest again. So, creepy stalker guy, whoever you are, I truly hope I never meet you. Story 3. Weirdo in the woods. A little backstory, my husband and I run a trap line. We catch raccoons for skins and we make dog food from the rest. We had been setting about 20 traps on my brother-in-law's property, a little over 10 wooded acres with a creek, since the coons had been destroying his trash can. Trying to thin the herd a little bit. Every morning, right around 5 a.m., we would load up the trap tools and head out to check the line. For a little over a week, we would hear sticks or leaves crunching just out of sight, but the property is insanely overgrown and you're lucky if you could see 5 feet in front of you. We would brush it off and keep checking the line. After all, we both had guns and there's wildlife out there that's perfectly capable of crunching a stick. At one point right before dusk, we were resetting traps. I told my husband quietly that I smelled cigarette smoke. It was getting dark, so we headed out pretty quickly since we rarely carried guns at night. By this point, we were both annoyed and a little concerned because whoever was out there has started to get close enough that we could smell them, but not see them. Being watched is always a little unsettling, and this just made it worse. Several days went by without issue until one morning I woke up feeling crummy. It was the dead of winter and I caught the flu. Well, when you farm and have a trap line, you don't get sick days, so I bundled up and we headed out. But when it came time to cross the creek, which is always fun at 5 a.m., you had to balance on a dead tree while carrying a crap ton of equipment, I stayed behind. I walked along the creek where I could and back onto the trail where I couldn't give my husband a heads up if we had caught anything or not. We are down to the last trap and I see something hauling off toward my husband. So I chamber around in my .22. For those of you who haven't been around guns, a .22 is basically a rodent shot. It would take a darn good shot to kill anything larger than a medium-sized dog, thinking a stray dog is going after him. But I stop short from just yelling when I see something else moving. There is a man less than 10 feet from my husband, hiding behind a tree, while his dog growls and snaps. He hasn't seen me, so I kneel down and I put the safety back on so I could safely look at the guy through my scope. He was older, maybe mid-40s, and in ragged clothes. I keep one eye on him and one eye on the dog. It was a large lab mix who was still baring its teeth at my husband. My husband had his pistol out and was very slowly chambering around in case the dog lunged. But it wasn't until the bullet clicked into place that the man stepped out very deliberately. He didn't speak. He didn't even call off his dog. He just stood there staring at my husband. The dog is still growling at him. "Can I help you? You're on private property and you need to get your dog before I shoot her," I heard my husband say. I used to hunt here. "Sir, please get your dog." "There was a deer stand here. I used to hunt here. Are you on the lease?" "This is my brother's property and you're trespassing. Put that dog on a leash." "I used to hunt here though. You didn't bring your wife today." I see my husband scan my side of the creek looking for me before answering, "No, I didn't. She has the flu." "You need to go home to her then. You know, I used to hunt here." Then he whistles. The dog walks up to him and they walk off into the woods. Not back toward neighboring properties, but into timberland where there are no roads or houses for maybe 30 miles. Before he completely gets out of sight, he yells back, "Tell your wife I'll quit smoking." Needless to say, we jabbed sticks into the empty traps and got the hell out of there. When we went to pull the traps out for the season, there were cigarette butts next to every single one. And that's all I got. Most horror stories about creatures with fangs or claws on this channel. But sometimes the most terrifying monsters wear boots, smoke cigarettes, and smile like they've known you for years. Whether it's a man following your tent into the remote wilderness, a stranger airdropping photos from the dark, or somebody trespassing who somehow knows things he shouldn't, these stories remind us that people can be far scarier than anything paranormal. So next time you're out in the woods, please remember this. Check your surroundings, watch the tree line, and if someone ever whispers a question from the dark, don't answer. Thank you for listening to The Other Side. If you would like to submit a story of your own, you can always shoot it to our email, pod, P-O-D, theotherside@gmail.com. it might end up on our next episode. Until then, stay safe, stay alert, and don't stray too far from the trail. Thank you all. This is one of those stories that if they try to make a movie about it, they'll intentionally ruin it because the truth seems that unbelievable. Today, we're talking about how the United States military and CIA use Vietnam Sasquatch, ghostly voices, and vampires to combat communism. Communism is a word that sparks debate, revolution, and in some cases, war. But what is it and why has it played such a central role in shaping the conflicts of the 20th century?
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it.
At its core, communism is a vision of a world without classes. No rich, no poor. Instead, everything, land, resources, and even factories are collectively owned by everyone. Everyone contributes what they can and receives what they need. This sounds amazing, but in practice, this vision has been complicated? Economic insufficiency, corruption, and the suppression of freedoms have plagued every single attempt to bring communism to life. Instead of creating a utopia, like any great form of government, the regimes turn into oppressive states and typically end in genocide. Yet, despite its flaws, communism inspired millions across the globe, particularly in the mid-20th century. Nowhere was this more apparent than where Forrest Gump became a war hero: Vietnam.
Tell us a little bit about the war, man. War in Vietnam? War in Viet-fucking-Nam!
A nation caught in the crossfire of ideology, war, and now due to films, nostalgia. It's bad enough that your grandpa developed cancer and other diseases due to Agent Orange, but now he can relive those memories with Zac Efron delivering beer in Vietnam. Isn't that fun? Speaking of fun, if you all could spend 10 seconds in the comments and help me combat the broken YouTube algorithm and just comment something about Sasquatch, Vietnam, or whatever brain rot the algorithm loves, I would greatly appreciate it. Now back to Nam. To understand the Vietnam War, we first have to understand the global tug-of-war between communism and capitalism. This wasn't just a battle of armies. It was a clash of ideas about how society should work, and the United States wanted to win at all costs. For Vietnam, this war was just as much about independence as it was ideology. For the US, it was a line in the sand. Another stage in a larger unending Cold War, and for the millions who lived through it, it was a tragedy of unimaginable scale. First, let's step back and consider the forces that shaped it. The roots of the conflict trace back to Vietnam's struggle for independence from the French colonial rule. By the mid-20th century, a charismatic leader named Ho Chi Minh emerged at the forefront. Literally emerged from a cave, that's where he planned a lot of his stuff. But he was rallying his people with promises of unity and freedom under a communist government. Meanwhile, the world was in a deep, cold war, a high-stakes chess match between the capitalist United States and the communist Soviet Union. To Washington, D.C., Vietnam wasn't just another country fighting for independence, it was a potential domino in the spread of communism across Asia. The infamous domino theory suggested that if Vietnam fell to communism, the rest of Southeast Asia would follow suit. This ideological battle pulled the United States into a brutal, decades-long war that pitted their superior military might against guerrilla tactics. You would think we would learn from what we did in the American Revolution, but apparently not. This war was fought in the dense jungles of Vietnam against a deeply motivated Vietnamese resistance. This war wasn't just fought solely with guns and bombs, though. Both sides employed psychological warfare, propaganda, and even used folklore against the others. The Vietnam War wasn't just a clash of weapons. It was a clash of cultures, beliefs, and strategies. An effort by both sides to shape the world in their image. And like all wars, its effects rippled beyond the battlefield, leaving scars that remain visible to this day. One of the most interesting pieces of the Vietnam War is folklore that was passed down but never fully understood. Specifically, there's one mystery that has never been explained. Troops from both sides often reported exchanging blows with a group of human-like creatures that had reddish-brown hair and ape-like features. Strangely, there isn't a single known species of ape in Vietnam. Picture this. It's the height of the Vietnam War. The jungle is alive with danger. Not just enemy troops, but from something else entirely. American soldiers speak in hushed tones about encounters with a massive, ape-like creature. The locals call them Batutut, but to the GIs, they're simply known as rock apes. These creatures were reportedly seen by both American and Vietnamese soldiers, often in the mountainous regions of central Vietnam. Described as standing between 3 to 7 feet tall and covered in reddish-brown hair, they possess disturbingly human-like features. The rock apes weren't just passive observers, however. There's many accounts that claim that they were aggressive and they threw rocks at soldiers. There's even stories of how they returned live grenades that were thrown into the brush. These mysterious and allegedly violent humanoid creatures were reportedly sighted numerous times through the Vietnam War. Our record of these sightings spans from 1955 to 1975. Accounts of encounters with these beings primarily come from the American soldiers, GIs, who upon returning from their deployment shared their unsettling experiences in the dense jungles of Vietnam.
I had grenades thrown at me by a monkey.
One of the most infamous hotspots for rock ape activity was in an area nicknamed Monkey Mountain. In 1966, the 3rd Marines erected a base near Da Nang City in the jungle-covered Dong Din Mountains. The Marines reported attacks by unidentified animals that threw rocks not only into the compound but at the soldiers, injuring some of the Marines. The Marines gave them the nickname Rock Apes, and Dong Din became known as Monkey Mountain. Soldiers stationed there continued to frequently report strange encounters. One GI recounted a harrowing night when his unit was bombarded by rocks from an unseen assailant. He reported that a small, Bigfoot-like creature, possibly a child, approached his group of soldiers. Once it realized it was spotted, it sprinted up the mountain, and some other creature started to roll boulders down the mountain toward the soldiers. Another claimed to have witnessed a group of these creatures walking upright on 2 legs through the jungle, seemingly unfazed by the war raging around them. In 1969, a patrol from the 502nd Infantry Regiment encountered 8 rock apes on Molten Ridge that came walking down the trail. Mistaking their brown fur for Vietnam Army uniforms, they opened fire. One male charged the US soldiers while the other 7 rock apes retreated. This is similar behavior to silverback gorillas, where the alpha will try to charge a threat to allow the other people in the group to retreat and survive. These sightings weren't isolated, however. Some reports were so compelling that in 1974, North Vietnamese General Hoang Minh Ta organized an expedition to find the creatures. Though the mission yielded no conclusive evidence, this highlights just how widespread the beliefs in these beings had become. So, what were these rock apes? Skeptics argue that they were simply misidentified animals. Vietnam is home to species like northern white-cheeked gibbons, while much smaller could be mistaken for humanoid figures in the dense jungle. Others suggest that these sightings were exaggerated under the extreme stress of combat, fueled by fear, exhaustion, and the hallucinogenic effects of certain plants or military-issued substances. But not all explanations are so mundane. Some researchers point to the possibility of this being an undiscovered group of primates, or something similar to Bigfoot or the Yeti. There is also a darker theory. Could these sightings have been part of psychological warfare? During the Vietnam War, both sides employed psychological warfare to undermine the enemy's morale. Could reports of rock apes have been fabricated or exaggerated as part of this effort? Imagine the psychological toll on soldiers who believed that they were fighting not just against human adversaries, but an unknown, terrifying force lurking in the jungle. Declassified documents revealed that both the United States and the Viet Cong experimented with unconventional tactics to destabilize their opponents. Could rock apes have been an unintentional byproduct of these operations, or were they something else entirely? Psychological warfare is the use of psychological techniques to manipulate emotions, attitudes, and behaviors of opponents during a war. During the Vietnam War, the United States engaged in psychological warfare numerous times, so this was not a new tactic. Among the most chilling tactics the United States used was something straight out of a horror movie: Operation Wandering Soul. The Vietnamese culture, like most, holds a deep reverence for their dead. According to their beliefs, a soul denied a proper burial is doomed to wander the earth in pain and suffering. These wandering souls, or spirits improperly buried, are said to haunt the places where they died. The US military decided to turn this cultural belief into a weapon. Their plan? To exploit the fear of restless spirits to demoralize the Viet Cong. Engineers spent weeks crafting what can only be described by me as nightmare fuel. They recorded eerie wails, Buddhist funeral music, and unsettling dialogue that they had voiced by South Vietnamese soldiers for authenticity. The most infamous of these recordings that we're about to listen to is Ghost Tape number 10. Let's take a listen. Now, I don't know if you speak Vietnamese, but I sure don't, so here's the translated version of what that says. That clip that we just listened to says, "My body is gone. I am dead. My family. Tragic, how tragic. My friends, I come back to you to let you know I am dead. I am dead. I am in hell. Friends, while you're still alive, go home. Go home, my friends, before it's too late." These tapes were typically blasted from helicopters or loudspeakers that were planted throughout the Vietnamese forest at night, creating a ghostly atmosphere that preyed on the Viet Cong's fear of wandering souls. Imagine being in a pitch-black jungle, hearing what sounds like the voice of your dead comrade, warning you to leave before you met the same fate. I don't know about you, but I'd be doing the Scooby-Doo run to get out of there. I don't think my feet would be fast enough. The effectiveness of these tapes, however, was hit or miss. When the Viet Cong realized that the recordings were fake, their immediate response would be to open fire on the speakers. While doing this did expose their hidden position, the psychological impact was harder to measure. Some US reports insisted that the operation was a success, but the evidence proving that is very thin at best. However, the United States terrorizing their enemies with horror movie tropes didn't end there. The CIA attempted to convince the Philippines that vampires were roaming around the countryside to also help them combat communism in that country. No, we're not talking about some supernatural Black Ops division, though that would be an amazing movie. Hollywood, make that. This is actually a psychological warfare tactic employed by the CIA in the Philippines in the 1950s. The mastermind behind the strategy was Lieutenant Colonel Edward G. Lansdale, a man whose career would define modern psychological warfare. When Lansdale was sent to the Philippines to suppress the Huk Insurgency, a communist guerrilla group in the Philippines, he decided that bullets and bombs weren't enough. Instead, he tapped into Filipino folklore, including the terrifying myth of the Ashwang. Now, for those who aren't familiar, the Ashwang is a vampiric creature in Filipino mythology. It's said to stalk the countryside, draining its victims of blood, and its legend was perfect for Lansdale's plan. Lansdale's team devised a chilling ruse. They abducted a Huk fighter operating in the dense jungles, and then under the cover of darkness, they killed him, punctured his neck in 2 places to mimic fang marks, drained the blood from his body, and then left his lifeless corpse where his fellow soldiers would find it. Imagine being one of those fighters. You stumble upon a comrade, pale as a ghost, with vampire bites on his neck. The fear of the Ashwang would do what the military force couldn't do by themselves. Terrify the Huk rebels into abandoning the area. The only thing scarier than a person with a gun is an undead creature that stalks you in the night. This is a chilling reminder of the lengths the government will go to during ideological war. I mean, weaponizing vampires to fight communism, that is some next level geopolitical horror. It makes you wonder though, what other legends could have been exploited in the shadows of history? Could the rock apes of Vietnam have been folklore weaponized by the United States government? Or were they undiscovered primates? Were they misidentified animals, or were they something else born from the chaos of war? Whatever the truth is, these stories remind us of the thin line between myth and reality. If you enjoyed exploring this mystery, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you never miss another episode of The Other Side. And let us know in the comments down below, what do you think the rock apes were? Good night, sleep tight, and don't let the Oshwing bite. You're not alone. Across the world, people report the same terrifying figure. Tall, shadowy, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. He's there, standing at the foot of your bed, watching, waiting. In the lore, they call him the Hat Man. I'm John, and this is The Other Side. Tonight, we're diving into the eerie Appalachian legend that's been haunting people for generations. A figure so many people have seen, but nobody truly understands. Turn down your lights if you dare, and let's step into the darkness. The Hat Man is no new legend. Unlike many spirits tied to a specific location, people all over the world have claimed to see him. But for some reason, Appalachia, especially Kentucky, seems to have more encounters than most. Most stories describe him as a tall, shadowy figure, wearing an old-fashioned hat, sometimes a wide-brimmed fedora, sometimes a top hat. No matter what, his features are barely visible, if at all, except for the feeling of his eyes. Even if you can't see them, you can feel that they're staring right into your soul. Some believe he's just a form of sleep paralysis, the result of taking too many Benadryls, or a hallucination seen in a strange space between waking and dreaming. But others, they swear it's a real entity and it's more real than anything that they've ever encountered. One of the most chilling Appalachian Hatman legends that I have ever heard comes from eastern Kentucky, deep in coal country. A man named James, a former miner, shared his story with a local paranormal investigator. James had been working the night shift for years. He was used to the darkness in the mines, but there's something about the blackness of his bedroom that felt different. It was heavier, like something was lurking just beyond what his eyes could see. Then one night, he woke up with a start. His body was frozen, his breath was shallow, and at the foot of his bed stood a tall, shadowy figure. The man was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his form darker than night itself. At first, James thought it was an intruder, but then he realized this thing that he was seeing, it wasn't solid. It was more like a void. It was sucking in the light around him instead of blocking it out. James tried to move, but he couldn't. He realized he couldn't scream either. He was locked in place. Then, the Hat Man tilted his head, almost like it was studying him. James swore that in that moment he felt something invading his mind. It was like it was searching through his memories, and it was reading him like a book. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the Hat Man vanished into the night. James never saw him again. But he was never the same after that night. He quit mining a few months later and moved to another town. But no matter where he went, he always claimed he felt like something was watching him. The Hat Man was following him wherever he went. Now, that is a spooky story, but there's even one that's a little bit closer to where I'm currently at, and this story comes from an anonymous storyteller from Cincinnati, Ohio. Here is their tale. I used to bartend in a small hotel in Cincinnati for about a year. It wasn't some grand, historic place. It was just an old hotel with a restaurant and bar attached. But those who worked there knew the truth. The place was haunted. It wasn't exactly common knowledge, but if you stuck around long enough, you'd hear the stories. The chef, the manager, and even some regular staff had all seen something. A shadowy figure, towering at 6 or 7 feet tall, dressed in a pinstripe suit and a fedora. Sometimes he just stood there, watching, observing, whatever you want to call it. Other times he drifted past, quite like he wasn't touching the ground. I never saw him myself, but one night I came closer than I'd ever want to. It was around 2 a.m. A coworker and I were finishing up paperwork in the dining room. She got it up and was walking out back toward the back hall. I barely noticed that she was walking away until she suddenly backed up fast, like she had hit an invisible wall. She turned to look at me and her face was pale and her eyes were wide with tears. "I just saw the Hat Man," she screamed, and that was all she said to me. I swear, when I heard that, my blood ran cold. She ran up to me and she refused to go back that way alone. We left the paperwork where it was and we got out of there as fast as we could. I've never had a direct encounter with the Hat Man, but something about that hotel stuck with me. One night there was a crash in one of the rooms. Nothing special except for the fact that a woman had died of a heart attack in that room a few years earlier. I didn't think much of it at the time. But that night was the only night in my life I ever had sleep paralysis. I was staying in that room and the noise woke me up. I remember waking up and I was unable to move. A weight pressing down in my chest and I couldn't see anyone in the room. But I felt something. Like someone or something was standing just beyond my line of sight, watching me. I don't know if that was the Hat Man or if it was the woman who died there or just my mind playing tricks on me. But after that, I never slept in that hotel again. Some things you just don't want to risk. Now, I'm going to try to find out where that hotel is and go there and see if I can spend the night. But I have one more terrifying Hat Man encounter. This comes from a listener named Jacob. He explained his story, and then I had my friend, who is a better writer than me, make it a little bit more readable. Jacob has always been a rational guy. No belief in ghosts, demons, or any of that paranormal nonsense. But lately, something had just felt off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just that strange, nagging sensation that something was watching him. A whisper, a movement in his peripheral vision, a shadow where one shouldn't be. The first time he ever really saw the Hat Man, he was in his apartment late at night, scrolling mindlessly on his phone. The room was dimly lit, and the only light in there came from the cold glow of his TV screen. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. It was in the hallway leading toward his bedroom. There was movement. It was not a blur. It wasn't a trick of the light. He claims it was a man. A man that was very tall. His body was a void. It was a darkness that was darker than dark. It was darker than anything around him, and on his head, he wore a wide brim hat. When Jacob's eyes adjusted and he realized that there was something out of the corner of his eye, he whipped his head toward the hallway, only to see that it was empty. Now he knew he had seen something. His pulse was hammering against his ribs, and he sat there staring into the darkness, trying to rationalize what he had seen. He must have imagined it. That was the only explanation, right? But then it happened again, and again, and again. At the grocery store, a public grocery store, during the day, he reached for a carton of milk, and he caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the end of the aisle just out of focus. When he turned his head, it was gone, but it was the same thing, a man in a wide brim hat that was completely dark. At work, he felt eyes boring into the back of his skull as he sat at his desk. The reflection on the monitor showed that there was a shape just behind him. A man wearing a hat, tilting his head just slightly, watching him. When he turned around, he tore off his headphones at work, spun around in his cubicle, and there was nothing there. At night, in his apartment, he started to keep the lights on because he was afraid to see the Hat Man, but that didn't help. One evening, he was brushing his teeth, and the bathroom mirror was fogging slightly from the shower steam. He bent down to spit the toothpaste out, and when he looked back up into the mirror, the Hat Man was standing right behind them. This shadowy figure, he said it was looming behind him. It was hazy. It was like the form was vibrating, but there was only one thing that wasn't a blur. was two eyes, two empty pits. They were almost white. They were staring at him. Jacob freaked out, understandably, and spun around, and again, there was nothing there. The bathroom was empty. He freaked out, and that night, he barely slept. He said that every time he closed his eyes, he felt like a man was watching him, like the Hat Man was standing right there. And it got worse. Jacob kept saying he was seeing the Hat Man everywhere, stoplights, peering at him from cars beside him. At the laundromat, he could see the Hat Man reflected on the dryer doors, standing across the street from his apartment under street lights at night. Everywhere he looked, he saw the Hat Man. And then the dream started. He'd wake up paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream, and the Hat Man would loom over his bed. He never spoke. He never reached out and touched him. He only watched. One night, Jacob woke up, and he woke up with a start. He could barely breathe, the heavy breathing covered in sweat. He turned his head toward his bedroom door and immediately freaked out. The bedroom door that he always kept closed and locked was open, and the Hat Man was standing in his room. It wasn't in the corner, it wasn't in the doorway. It was standing right there next to him, next to his bed. The void where his face should be was right next to Jacob's own face. And this time, he moved. Jacob claims that slowly, the Hat Man leaned in and those hollow eyes were staring straight at him. He couldn't move. It was as if the Hat Man breathed in his fear. He heard a hoarse breath. He claims that he heard Hat Man whisper something. He couldn't say what it was. He didn't understand it. And then the Hat Man was gone. Since that day, and it's been almost a year, according to him, he hasn't seen the Hat Man since. Is the Hat Man still there, watching Jacob? Waiting for him to go back to sleep, to drink in his fear again? Or did he get what he wanted? Who knows? Stories like Jacob's story and James's story aren't uncommon when you look into the Hat Man. But here's where it gets weirder. Many people who see the Hat Man report a deep sense of dread, almost as if they're being marked. Some say their lives take a dark turn after seeing him. Bad luck, sickness, even death in the family. Is the Hat Man just a shadow? Or is the Hat Man our subconscious? A shared hallucination? Or is he something more, an entity that moves between our world and something far darker? In some Appalachian legends, shadow figures like him are tied to the land itself, feeding off fear and lurking in places where trauma and death have soaked into the soil. Some believe he's an omen of death, much like the Mothman of West Virginia. Others think he's a demon, something ancient that's always been here, watching from the treetops, hiding in the corners of our vision, always beyond our sight. No matter what you believe, I want to hear from you. Have you ever seen the Hat Man? Have you ever felt his presence in your room at night, standing just beyond the light, in the darkness? If you've got a story, comment it down below. I would love to hear your experiences and possibly put them in another episode, because the Hat Man is something we are going to revisit here soon. Before we go, remember, if you ever wake up and see a shadowy figure in a hat standing over you, don't look into his eyes. And whatever you do, don't let the fear take hold, because once you see him, he might just see you back. So thank you for tuning in to The Other Side. And if you've enjoyed tonight's episode, make sure you subscribe, leave a review, and share if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcast. Send it to anybody that likes a good scare. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and
Don't let the shadows take you.
Deep in the Appalachian foothills of Kentucky, an old family held onto a set of rules. Rules that seemed a bit strange, even ridiculous at first. Don't whistle in the woods. Don't go into the woods alone. If you hear your name being called, don't answer. And if you see somebody in the woods that you think you know you didn't. Tonight, we're diving into a first-hand account from No Sleep, a story about an unknown entity, a dark family secret, and an eerie set of warnings meant to keep something or someone out. But what if warnings weren't enough? What if it got in? Our storyteller was just 11 years old when he experienced something he still can't explain. He lived with his father and grandmother in a holler, a deep valley between foothills, where the only neighbors were family. His grandmother laid down the rules. You don't answer if you hear your name called, you don't whistle, and if you see something that looks like someone you know you didn't. And he followed those rules his whole life. Until one warm August night, he and his father were camping just a short walk away from their home. The woods were alive with sound, the chirping of crickets, the babbling of a nearby stream, the rustling of trees. His father left to check on his grandmother, leaving him alone with the fire. But within minutes, everything changed. The forest fell silent. No crickets, no wind. Even the sound of the stream faded out, like it had been swallowed by the dark. And then he smelled it. An awful, disgusting, metallic tang. It was so strong that he could taste it in the back of his throat. The fire started to flicker. His chest tightened, and just as he started to panic, his father returned to the campsite. But instead of comfort, his father was furious. "Did you throw something in the fire?" he yelled. "I can smell burning metal." The boy just shook his head. The fire was untouched. His father's face darkened. "Storm's coming. Let's go," he said. And so they walked home, leaving their tent behind. The rain had just started falling when the first bolt of lightning flashed, and for a split second, everything was as bright as day. And that's when he saw it. A figure, just past the yard, across the stream, just beyond the first line of trees. The light just vanished after that, leaving only darkness, and his stomach turned. The next flash of lightning came, and the figure was closer. It stood between the trees now. The shape was just wrong. The head was too big. The arms, they were too long. It was like a blind man's drawing of a person, warped and unnatural. Another flash. The thing stood in the middle of the road. No hesitation, he and his father turned and ran inside. His grandmother didn't even question him and his father. She ordered his father to lock every single door and window. Her hands were shaking as she spoke. That night, he slept in her bed. The next morning, they went out and found the tent. The door had been torn open, not cut, not clawed, but pulled apart. Up the road, his uncle's chickens were found dead. No blood, no heads. For weeks after, kids weren't allowed to wait for the bus alone. Nobody spoke about what happened. And when years later, the storyteller finally mentioned it again, his aunt cut him off. Her voice was sharp with fear. "Don't you talk about that. Don't you put that evil on them." And that was the moment he realized. They knew. They had always known. And upon digging a little deeper, there was a name for what he saw that night. The Goatman. The Goatman legend stretches across the country, but in Appalachia specifically, it carries a really heavy weight. Stories describe the entity as something that mimics human voices, calls to people in the woods and appears in a form that is almost, but not quite human. Those who encounter it often report the same strange details: the overwhelming metallic scent, unnatural silence, and the unshakable sense of being watched. I myself have never seen the Goatman, but growing up in Kentucky, you always hear about the Pope Lick monster in Louisville. But I always heard stories, especially about Devil's Creek, near Cumberland Falls. They say that the Goatman stalked the woods there, waiting in the dark for anybody foolish enough to drive through at night. But what made Devil's Creek different was the origin story. It wasn't just a regular old folktale. In the 1970s or 80s, a biker gang took over the small community that once called Devil's Creek home. People whisper about what really happened there. Some say they drove out the locals. Others say something much darker took place because, according to the legend, a sacrifice was made. A human, a goat, and a twisted ritual, and from that the Goatman was born. People who drove through Devil's Creek at night told stories of something slamming into their cars, something huge with twisted limbs and burning red eyes. Others claimed to hear their names whispered in the wind, urging them to pull over, to step outside into the dark. A few people did, and they were never seen again. Whatever happened in Devil's Creek, one thing is for sure: the Goatman is not just a campfire story, because people around there, they still talk about him. They still claim to see him. And if you ever find yourself near Cumberland Falls at night, maybe just keep your doors locked. And whatever you do, don't stop. So, what is the Goatman? Is he a cryptid, a spirit, a demon? Some people believe that Goatman is a flesh and blood creature, possibly an undiscovered predator that has been lurking in the wilderness for thousands of years. Others tie it to Native American folklore, an entity that wears the skin of men but is not of this world. Sounds very much like a skinwalker or a wendigo if you want to get into the mixed mythologies. More modern theories suggest it could be related to the missing 411 cases that were popularized by David Paulides. Strange disappearances in national parks where people report hearing their names called just before vanishing. Could the metallic scent be linked to the ozone from an approaching storm, or is it something more sinister? Whatever it is, one thing is for certain: those people in the foothills, they still follow the rules. They don't go out alone. They don't answer their name in the dark. And if they see something in the woods that looks familiar, no, they didn't. So what do you think? Have you ever had an experience like this, a strange figure in the woods or a sound that called you when nobody was there? I want to hear your stories. Shoot me an email, drop a comment, or message me on X, and I might just share your experience in a future episode. Our next video is going to be user-submitted Bigfoot stories, so you may be able to slide a story into that one if you're quick enough. Either way, I want to hear from you. Remember, please be safe if you ever go out in the woods looking for any of these things. Some things in the dark are best left unanswered. Stay safe out there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Other Side. My name is John, and the stories you're about to hear come from real people, listeners like you, who have experienced the unexplained. Strange encounters in the woods, shadowy figures watching them from the darkness, things that probably shouldn't exist, but somehow do. If you've ever seen something you couldn't explain, something lurking just beyond the edges of reality, I would love to hear it. Submit your story by email or shoot me a message on X, and maybe next time it'll be your voice echoing throughout the night, or my voice reading your story. Either way, let's jump into the very first email that my wife has jokingly named the Foggy Creek Encounter after the Boggy Creek Encounter. Hi, the other side. I just found your channel through your Hatman video, and I wanted to share an experience I had a few years back while camping alone in the Daniel Boone National Forest. I don't tell this story often, mostly because people either don't believe me or they say I must have been imagining things. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. It was early October, and the air had that crisp, damp chill that comes right before winter sets in. I had hiked about 5 miles off trail, deep into the forest to a spot by a small creek where I planned to set up camp for the night. It was quiet, peaceful, just the way I like it. I got a fire going and cooked some food, and then I settled in to enjoy the quiet solitude there is in the forest. That's when things started to feel off. The first thing I noticed was the silence. If you spend enough time alone in the woods, you learn to recognize the normal sounds. The rustling of leaves, the hooting of distant owls, the occasional snap of a twig from a deer moving through the brush. But this was dead silent. No wind, no crickets, nothing. I remember thinking it was strange, but I pushed that thought aside and focused on the fire. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, and they were just beyond the tree line where the firelight couldn't reach. At first I assumed it was a bear, but as I listened closer I realized something was different. Bears move in a sort of shuffling gait. Their steps are uneven. Whatever this was, it was walking on 2 feet, and it was taking slow, purposeful steps. That's when the smell hit me. It was something rancid, like wet dog mixed with rotten meat. I grabbed my flashlight and I aimed it toward the noise, and that's when I saw them. 2 glowing red eyes, staring back at me from about 8 feet off the ground. They didn't blink, they didn't move. They just watched me. I don't know how long I stood there. I was frozen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. Then out of nowhere, it let out a scream. Not a human scream, not an animal call either. Something entirely different. It was so loud that my ears rang and my entire body locked up with fear. I don't remember deciding to move. 1 second I was completely frozen in place, and the next I was shoving my gear into my pack as fast as I could. I didn't even put the fire out. I just ended up grabbing the stuff right next to me and I started running back through the woods. I never think I moved that fast in my life. The worst part, I could hear it follow me. It wasn't close, but it was close enough. Every so often I heard a branch snap or a leaf crunch behind me. I was keeping pace, trying to stay just out of sight, making sure I got out of the woods. I didn't stop. I didn't even turn around. I went until I saw my truck, I threw my gear in the bed, and I peeled out of there without even buckling my seatbelt. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was some kind of animal I've never encountered before. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But I do know this. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since, and I don't plan to. Thank you for letting me share my story, and if you have any idea of what this is, please let me know. Well, you didn't tell me if I could use your name, so I'm not going to, but as a person that posts things on the internet that's related to the paranormal, I'm just going to go ahead and give myself the title of expert, because that's what most people do anyway, and it is my expert opinion. As somebody who grew up near the Daniel Boone National Forest, and I heard all the folklore growing up, that is a Sasquatch encounter. That's what it sounds like to me. If you are interested in stuff like that, there's a bunch of Kentucky Bigfoot books by a guy named Barton Nunnally. I highly recommend you check those out if you've never heard of anything related to Kentucky Bigfoot. It's a really good introduction. That's all I really have to say, because I can guarantee you I would have done the Scooby-Doo run if I saw what you saw. My feet wouldn't have touched the ground for a couple seconds, and then I would have been gone, and the only thing that would have been left is the smell of me pooping my pants, because I wouldn't have been there. This next story was sent to me as a text message from a friend of the show. They started listening to the podcast. They got very interested, and somebody I know gave them my number so they could share some stories with me, and we've been talking back and forth. The Backyard Visitor. My grandpa always said that something big used to come up to our house at night when he was a kid. He lived way out in the Appalachian hills, and one evening while sitting on the porch, he watched a huge shadow move past the tree line. Thinking it was a bear, he grabbed his rifle and he hollered at it. But instead of running, the thing stopped and turned its head toward him, like it understood. It watched him for a while, and then it walked off into the forest on two legs. Grandpa swore up and down that it wasn't a bear and it wasn't a man. He said it came back sometimes, but as long as he left food out, it never caused any trouble. That's awesome. All these old Appalachian folk stories getting passed down, they're some of my favorite things ever. I grew up hearing them. If y'all have stories like this, I love them. Send them my way. The Hunter's Standoff. I was out hunting in Pike County. It was early morning, the kind of morning where the mist still clings to the trees, and the world just feels a little bit different. It's like that game my son plays, Silent Hills. I was deep in the woods, moving carefully with a rifle slung over my shoulder. Hunting is a way of life in these parts, and I've been out here plenty of times, but it just fell off that day. At first, I didn't notice it. The stillness. Normally, the woods are alive with sounds, birds calling to each other, squirrels rustling through the underbrush. But that morning, I don't remember hearing anything. It was like the forest was holding its breath. Like a predator was around. That's when I caught the scent. It was a foul scent. Like rotten meat mixed with something musty. The only time I've ever smelled something like this is when I worked for the coroner's office. It hit me out of nowhere. It was something wild. Thick and heavy in the cold morning air. I stopped in my tracks, and every instinct in me screamed that I wasn't alone. Then I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, partially obscured by the underbrush, stood something massive. Weren't no bear. No way. Thing was at least 8, maybe 9 feet tall. Broad shoulders, thick limbs, and it was covered in dark brown hair. It wasn't moving. It was just hiding. My breath caught in my throat. My hands shook and I lifted up the rifle. I wasn't going to shoot it. I needed to get a better look at it through my scope. But as soon as I brought up my rifle, the thing huffed, I guess. A deep, guttural sound that I felt go through my body more than I heard it. And then it took a step forward toward me. My gut told me everything I needed to know. If I pulled that damn trigger, I knew somehow, if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of the woods. I wouldn't be alive. So instead, I didn't break eye contact. I didn't lower my gun, but I slowly started backing away, and my heart was beating out of my chest. I kept my rifle up, my finger was off the trigger, but it was ready just in case, and I never turned my back on that thing. We stood like this while backing up for what felt like forever. Then without warning, it turned. It just walked away. Disappeared as if it had never been there at all. I didn't stick around. I made my way back to the truck as fast as I could without running because I didn't want it to know I was afraid. Thought maybe it would attack. I haven't been back to that spot since. Some folks around here say that there are things in these woods that we aren't meant to see. I never believed them until now. Good Lord, that was awesome. Here is our very last story, and I love it. It is very short, so please, if you're about to click off, stay for another 45 seconds, because it's awesome. This person, they messaged me on Twitter. In our brief conversations, they kept calling me Bubba, and I asked if I could read their story with a country accent, and they said yes. So, enjoy. I was driving home late one night near the Red River Gorge when something fucking huge crossed the road ahead of me. At first I thought it was a deer, but it won't no damn deer, it's too tall. Its head nearly reached the lower branches. I slammed on my brakes, and for a split second, my headlights caught it. Some big motherfucker with dark hair and some of the longest arms I've ever fucking seen. Then it was gone. It vanished into the woods like a fucking magician. I don't know what I saw, but I'll never drive on that road at night again, and I will never drive on edibles ever again. Dear Lord, if you've stayed through this whole thing, I greatly appreciate you. You are not like this last person, and you're zooming around Red River Gorge on edibles, because Lord knows that's not a safe place to drive anyway. If you all have any weird encounters that defy explanation, something that left you questioning what you thought you knew, I want to hear about it. Send in your stories. I love reading these. Next time I'm going to be telling your story. So until then, stay safe, stay aware, and remember, sometimes the things that watch from the trees are only watching you. Thank you all. Bye.